is the book moving like that? Anywho, hello. I need to turn the music down a little bit. It's so nice in my ears, though. I have like my mic up. Oh, hold on. Actually, that's better. All right. Hello. Welcome in to Let's Get Comfy with Koiy. I am going to be doing this on I'm going to be streaming this live on Twitch. So, for those of you who are watching this currently and like on YouTube, because I do have the plan to download the VOD for this to put onto YouTube. Hello. In the description below there will be annotation time or exact times of when to jump to if you want to get to the start of the reading. You don't want to sit back in with the hello. I will be turning off all the notifications, all the alerts for this reading, so hopefully none pop in. I did realize, okay, I will have cursor on my screen, but I am turning off the TTS bot today. Sorry, give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna temporarily turn off the TTS bot. I will have cursor on screen for aesthetics, but I am turning the TTS bot off. I think I'm just gonna turn everything no sound alerts. God, that's like everything. I need to remind myself to turn these back on next time I have a regular stream. I'm gonna keep one. It wants me to keep one reward active, so I'm gonna keep that on. But yeah, so yeah, today we are going to be reading through. Now that I'm talking, the music gets louder and it starts annoying me. Anywho, we're going to be reading through the first 6 chapters of the book called Fourth Wing today. It's one of my favorite book series. It's amazing. I'm going to be using one of my special editions. I have 2 copies of this book. I wish I had one other copy. It's got a red cover, but it's a holiday edition, and I didn't know about Fourth Wing by the time that book came out. Oh. Alright, and yeah, like I said, oh my, Alright, so between each chapter, we will be taking a break. Oh my goodness, child. For that reason exactly, because she's gonna be up my ass all day. If I don't know if you could hear her, but yeah, we will be. Ooh, that was loud. I will be taking breaks in between each chapter, and again, I will be marking the times that we start reading, that we start each chapter, and everything else like that. So, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, Sorry. So we will I'm gonna take a quick little break here and get you guys so you guys can go get a blanket, get something hot to drink, and all that stuff, and I will see you back in about 5 minutes. All right. All right. Um, so we're gonna start on the new screen. Ooh, let me reposition myself in my blanket here. Sorry, the book jiggling makes me laugh. But as you can see in the top right corner, oh, let me. Whoops. And I do give everybody the okay to chat. Chat will show up on screen. All right. So, whoop. I'm going to. Oh, I said I was going to come back in 5 minutes, and I came back in 3. Ha! Oh well, that's fine. Alrighty. Let's give it, I guess, a couple minutes. And yes, I am currently reading from that exact book that is on the screen. That is the new special edition that just recently came out with the pretty dragons on the side. There are a couple point of views from somebody else that do kind of mix in to the story, so I need to mark where those are. And that way I can jump to them, because I think one of them's like chapter 9. I don't have to do it today, but I'm... And then, yeah, because the next one will probably be or the first one that I'll jump to will probably be tomorrow. But there are a couple bonus chapters in this special edition that, yeah, so let's start. Alright, I'll start reading. Okay, hope everyone's comfy. Chapter 1. Conscription Day is always the deadliest. Maybe that's why the sunrise is especially beautiful this morning. 'Cause I know it might be my last. I tighten the straps of my heavy canvas rucksack and trudge up the wide staircase of one of the stone fortresses I call home. My chest heaves with exertion, my lungs burning by the time I reach the stone corridor leading to General Sorengale's office. This is what 6 months of intense physical training has given me. The ability to barely climb 6 flights of stairs with a 30-pound pack. The thousands of 20-year-olds waiting outside the gate to enter their chosen quadrant for service are the smartest and strongest in Navarre. Hundreds of them have been preparing for the Writer's Quadrant, the chance to become one of the elite since birth. I've had exactly 6 months. The expressionless guards lining the wide hallway at the top of the landing avoid my eyes as I pass. But that's nothing new. Besides, being ignored is the best possible scenario for me. Basgayath War College isn't known for being kind to, well, anyone, even those of us whose mothers are in command. Every Navarian officer, whether they choose to be schooled as healers, scribes, infantry, or writers, is molded with these cruel walls over 3 years, honed into weapons to secure our mountainous borders from the violent invasion attempts of the Kingdom of Promiel and their Griffin riders. The weak don't survive here, especially not in the Writer's Quadrant. The dragons make sure of that. You're sending her to die! A familiar voice thunders through the general's thick wooden door as I gasp. There's only one woman on the continent foolish enough to raise her voice to the general, but she's supposed to be on the border of the Eastern Wing. Mira. There's a muffled response from the office, and I reach for the door handle. She doesn't stand a chance, Mira shouts, as I force the heavy door open and the weight of my pack shifts forward, nearly taking me down. Shit. The general curses from behind her desk, and I grab onto the back of the crimson upholstered couch to catch my balance. Damn it, Mom! She can't even handle her rucksack, Mira snaps, rushing to my side. I'm fine. Whoop! It disappeared. Sorry. I'm fine. My cheeks heat with mortification, and I force myself upright. She's been back, what, 5 minutes, and is already trying to save me? 'Cause you need saving, you fool. I don't understand this. I don't want any part of the Writer's Quadrant shit. It's not like I have a death wish. I would have been better off failing the admissions test to Basgiath and going straight to the army with the majority of conscripts. But I can handle my rucksack, and I will handle myself. Oh, Violet. Worried brown eyes look down at me as strong hands brace my shoulders. Hi, Mira. A smile tugs at the corner of my mouth. She might be here to say her goodbyes, but I'm just glad to see my sister for the first time in years. Her eyes soften, and her fingers flex on my shoulders like she might pull me into a hug. But she steps back and turns to stand at my side, facing our mother. You can't do this. It's already done, Mom shrugs, the lines of her fitted black uniform rising and falling with the motion. I scoff. So much for the hope of a reprieve. Not that I ever should have expected, or even hoped for, an ounce of mercy from a woman who has been made famous for her lack of it. Then undo it, Mira seethes. She spent her whole life training to become a scribe. She wasn't raised to be a writer. Well, she certainly isn't, you, is she, Lieutenant Sorengale? Mom braces her hands on the immaculate surface of her desk and leans in slightly as she stands looking over us with narrowed, appraising eyes that mirror the dragons carved into the furniture's massive legs. I don't need the prohibited power of mind reading to know exactly what she sees. At 20 years old, Mira's a younger version of our mother. She's tall, with strong, powerful muscles toned from years of sparring and hundreds of hours spent on the back of her dragon. Her skin practically glows with health, and her golden brown hair is sheared short for combat in the same style as Mom's. But more than looks, she carries the same arrogance, that unwavering conviction that she belongs in the sky. She's a rough rider, through and through. She's everything I'm not, and the disapproving shake of my mom's head says she agrees. I'm too short, too frail. What curves I do have should be muscle, and my traitorous body makes me embarrassingly vulnerable. Mom walks towards us, her polished black boots gleaming in the mage lights that flicker from the sconces. She picks up the end of my long braid, scoffs at the section just above my shoulder, where the brown strands start to lose their warmth of color and slowly fade to a steely metallic silver by the ends, and then drops it. Pale skin, pale eyes, pale hair. Her gaze siphons every ounce of my confidence down to the marrow in my bones. It's like that fever stole all your coloring along with your strength. Grief flashes through her eyes and her brows furrow. I told him not to keep you in that library. It's not the first time I've heard her curse the sickness that nearly killed her while she was pregnant with me, or the library dad made my second home once she'd been stationed here at Basgiath as an instructor, and he as a scribe. I love that library, I counter. It's been more than a year since his heart finally failed, and all the archives are still and the archives are still the only place that feels like home in this giant fortress. The only place where I still feel my father's presence. Spoken like the daughter of a scribe, Mom says quietly, and I see it, the woman she was while Dad was alive. Softer, kinder, at least for her family. I am the daughter of a scribe, my back screams at me. So I let my pack slip from my shoulders, guiding it to the floor, and take my first full breath since leaving my room. Mom blinks, and that softer woman is gone, leaving only the general. You're the daughter of a writer. You are 20 years old, and today is conscription day. I let you finish your tutoring, but like I told you last spring, I will not watch one of my children enter the scribe quadrant, Violet. Because scribes are so far beneath writers, I grumble, knowing perfectly well that writers are the top of the social and military hierarchy. It helps that their bonded dragons roast people for fun. Yes, her customary composure slips. And if you dare walk into that tunnel toward the scribe quadrant today, I will rip you out by that ridiculous braid and put you in the parapet myself. My stomach turns over. Dad wouldn't want this, Mira argues, color flushing up her neck. I loved your father, but he's dead, Mom says, as if giving the weather report. I doubt he wants much these days. I suck in a breath, but keep my mouth shut. Arguing will get me nowhere. She's never listened to a damn thing. Yes. Alright, sorry.
I'm going to get down so it doesn't drop it.
She's never listened to a damn thing she's never listened to a damn thing I've had to say before, and today is no different. Sending Violet into the writer's quadrant is tantamount to a death sentence. Guess Mira isn't done arguing. Mira's never done arguing with Mom. The frustrating thing about it is that Mom has always respected her for it. Double standards for the win. She's not strong enough, Mom. She's already broken her arm this year. She sprains some joint every other week, and she's not tall enough to mount any dragon big enough to keep her alive in battle. Seriously, Mira? What the hell? My fingernails bite into my palms as I curl my hands into fists. Knowing my chances of survival are minimal is one thing. Having my sister throw my inadequacies in my face is another. Are you calling me weak? No, Mira squeezes my hand. Just fragile. That's not any better. Dragons don't bond fragile women. They incinerate them. So she's small. Mom scans me up and down, taking in generous fit of the cream-belted tunic and pants I selected this morning for my potential execution. I snort. Are we just listing my faults now? I never said it was a fault. Mom turns to my sister. Mira, Violet deals with more pain before lunch than you do in an entire week. If any of my children is capable of surviving the writer's quadrant, it's her. My eyebrows rise. That sounded an awful lot like a compliment, but with Mom? I'm never quite sure. How many writer candidates die on conscription day, Mom? 40? 50? Are you that eager to bury another child? Mira seethes. I cringe as the temperature in the room plummets, courtesy of Mom's storm-wielding signet power. She channels through her dragon, Aimseer. The chest tightens at the memory of my brother. No one has dared to mention Brennan or his dragon in the 5 years since they died fighting the Tirish rebellion in the south. Mom tolerates me and respects Mira, but she loved Brennan. Dad did too. His chest pains started right after Brennan's death. Mom's jaw tightens as her eyes threaten retribution as she glares at Mira. My sister swallows, but holds her own in the staring competition. Mom, I start. She didn't mean get out, Lieutenant. Mom's words are soft purrs of steam in the frigid office. Before I report you absent from your unit without leave. Mira straightens her posture, nods once, and pivots with military precision, then strides for the door without another word, grabbing a small rucksack on the way out. It's the first time Mom and I have been alone in months. Her eyes met mine, and the temperature rises as she takes a deep breath. You scored in the top quarter for the speed and agility during the entrance exam. You'll do just fine. All Sorrengails do just fine. She skims the back of her fingers down my cheek, barely grazing my skin. So much like your father, she whispers before clearing her throat and backing up a few steps. Guess there are no Materius Service Awards for emotional availability. I won't be able to acknowledge you for the next 3 years, she says, sitting back on the edge of her desk. Since as Commanding General of Bisgayeth, I'll be your far superior officer. I know. It's the least of my concerns, considering she barely acknowledges me now. You won't get any special treatment just because you're my daughter, either. If anything, they'll come after you harder to make you prove yourself, she arches an eyebrow. Well aware. Good thing I've been training with Major Gilstead for the last several months since Mom made her decree. She sighs and forces a smile. And I guess I'll see you in the valley at threshing, candidate. Though, you'll be a candidate by sunset, I suppose. Or dead. Neither of us says it. Good luck, candidate Sorrengail. She moves back behind her desk, effectively dismissing me. Thank you, General. I heft my pack onto my shoulders and walk out of her office. A guard closes the door behind me. She's batshit crazy, Mira says from the center of the hallway, right between where 2 guards are positioned. They'll tell her you said that. Like they don't already know, she grinds out through her clenched teeth. Let's go. We only have an hour before all candidates have to report, and I saw thousands waiting outside the gate when I flew over. She starts walking, leading me down the stone staircase and through the hallways to my room. Well, it was my room. In the 30 minutes I've been gone, all my personal items have been packed into crates that now sit stacked in the corner. My stomach sinks to the hardwood floor. She had my entire life boxed. She's fucking efficient, I'll give you that. Mira mutters before turning my way, her gaze passing over me in open assessment. I was hoping I'd be able to talk her out of it. You were never meant for the Riders Quadrant. So you've mentioned... I lift an eyebrow at her repeatedly. Sorry, she winces, dropping to the ground and emptying her pack. What are you doing? What Brennan did for me, she says softly, and grief lodges in my throat. Can you use a sword? I shake my head. Too heavy. I'm pretty quick with daggers, though. Really damn quick. Lightning quick. What I lack in strength, I make up for in speed. I figured. Good. Now drop your pack and take off those horrible boots. She sorts through the items she brought, handing me new boots and a black uniform. Put these on. What's wrong with my pack? I ask, but drop my rucksack anyway. She immediately opens it, ripping out everything I'd carefully packed. Mira, that took me all night. You're carrying way too much, and your boots are a death trap. You'll slip right off the parapet with those smooth soles. I had a set of rubber-bottomed rider boots made for you just in case. And this, my dear Violet, in the worst case. Books start flying, landing in the vicinity of the crate. Hey, I can only take what I can carry, and I want those. I lunge for the next book before she has a chance to toss it, barely managing to save my favorite collection of dark fables. Are you willing to die for it? She asks, her eyes turning hard. I can carry it. This is all wrong. I'm supposed to be dedicating my life to books, not throwing them in the corner to lighten my rucksack. No, you can't. You're barely thrice the weight of the pack. The parapet is roughly 18 inches wide, 200 feet above ground, and last time I looked, those were rain clouds moving in. They're not going to give you a rain delay just because the bridge might get a little slick, sis. You'll fall. You'll die. Now, are you going to listen to me, or are you going to join the other dead candidates at tomorrow's morning's roll call? There's no trace of my older sister in the rider before me. This woman is shrewd, cunning, and a touch cruel. This is the woman who survived all 3 years with only one scar, and the one her own dragon gave her during threshing. Because that's all you'll be. Another tombstone. Another name scorched in stone. Ditch the books. Sorry. Dad gave this one to me, I murmur, pressing the book against my chest. Maybe it's childish, just a collection of stories that warn us against the lure of magic and even demonizing dragons, but it's all I have left. She sighs. Is it that old book of folklore about dark-wielding vermin and their wyvern? Haven't you read it 1,000 times already? Probably more, I admit. And they're venin, not vermin. Dad and his allegories, she said. Just don't try to channel power without being a bonded writer, and red-eyed monsters won't hide under your bed waiting to snatch you away on their 2-legged dragons to join their dark army. She retrieves the last book I packed from the rucksack and hands it to me. Ditch the books. Dad can't save you. He tried. I tried. Decide, Violet. Are you going to die a scribe or live as a writer? I glance down at the books in my arms and make my choice. You're a pain in the ass. I put the fables in the corner, but keep the other tome in my hands as I face my sister. A pain in the ass is going to keep you alive. What's that one for? She challenges, killing people. I hand it back to her. A slow smile spreads across her face. Good. You can keep that one. Now, get changed while I sort out the rest of this mess. The bell rings high above us. We have 45 minutes. I dress quickly, but everything feels like it belongs to someone else. Though it's obviously tailored to my size. My tunic is replaced by a tight-fitting black shirt that covers my arms, and my breezy pants are exchanged for leather ones that hug every curve. Then she laces me into a vest-style corset over the shirt. Keeps it from rubbing, she explains. Like the gear riders wear into battle. Have to admit, the clothes are pretty badass, even if I feel like an imposter. Gods, this is really happening. Exactly, but that's what you're doing, going into battle. The combination of leather and a fabric I don't recognize covers me from collarbone to just well below my waist, wrapping over my breasts and crossing up and over my shoulders. I finger the hidden sheaths sewn diagonally along the ribcage. For your daggers. I only have 4. I grab them from the pile on the floor. You'll earn more. I slide my weapons into the sheets as though my ribs themselves had become weapons. The design is ingenious. Between my ribs and the sheaths at my thighs, the blades are easily accessible. I barely recognize myself in the mirror. I look like a writer. I still feel like a scribe. Minutes later, half of what I packed is piled onto the crates. She's repacked my rucksack, discarding anything deemed unnecessary and almost everything sentimental, while word vomiting advice about how to survive in the quadrant. Then she surprises me by doing the most sentimental thing ever, telling me to sit between her knees so she can braid my hair into a crown. It's like I'm a kid again, instead of a full-grown woman. But I do it. What is this? I test the material just above my heart, scratching it with my fingernail. Something I designed, she explains, tugging my braid painfully tight against my scalp. I had it specially made for you, with tine scales sewn in, and so careful with it. So be careful with it. Bleh. Dragon scales. I jerk my head back to look at her. How? Tine is huge. I happen to know a writer whose powers can make big things very small. A devious smile plays across her lips, and smaller things much, much bigger. I roll my eyes. Mira's always been more vocal about her men than I have been. About all two of them. I mean, how much bigger? She laughs, then tugs my braid. Head forward. You should have cut your hair. She pulls the strands tight against my head and resumes weaving. It's a liability in sparring and in battle, not to mention being a giant target. No one else has hair that fades out to silver like this, and they'll already be aiming for you. You know very well the natural pigment seems to gradually abandon it no matter the length. My eyes are just as indecisive. A light hazel, a varying blues and ambers that never seems to favor either actual color. Besides, other than everyone else's concerns for the shade, my hair is the only thing about me that's perfectly healthy. Cutting it would feel like I'm punishing my body for finally doing something well, and it's not like I feel the need to hide who I am. You're not. Mira yanks on my braid, pulling my head back, and our eyes lock. You're the smartest woman I know. Don't forget that. Your brain is your best weapon. Outsmart them, Violet. Do you hear me? I nod, and she loosens her grip, then finishes the braid and pulls me to my feet as she continues to summarize years of knowledge into 15 harried minutes, barely pausing to breathe. Be observant. Quiet is fine, but make sure you notice everything and everyone around you to your advantage. You've read the Codex. A few times. The rulebook for Writer's Quadrant is a fraction of the length of the other divisions, probably because writers have trouble obeying rules. Good. Then you know that the other writers can kill you at any time, but the cutthroat candidates will try. Fewer candidates means better odds at threshing. There are never enough dragons willing to bond, and anyone reckless enough to get themselves killed isn't worthy of a dragon anyway. Except when sleeping. It's an executable offense to attack a candidate while sleeping. Article 3. Yes, but that doesn't mean you're safe at night. Sleep in this if you can. She taps the stomach of my corset. Rider Black is supposed to be earned. You sure I shouldn't wear my tunic today? I skim my hands over the leathers. The wind up on the parapet will catch any spare cloth like a sail. She hands me my new, much lighter pack. The tighter your clothes, the better off you are up there, and in the ring once you start sparring. Wear the armor at all times. Keep your daggers on you at all times. She points to the sheaths down her thighs. Someone's going to say I didn't earn them. You're a Sorengale, she responds, as if that's answer enough. Look what they say. And you don't think the dragon scales are cheating? There's no such thing as cheating once you climb the turret. There's only survival and death. The bell chimes. Only 30 minutes left. She swallows. It's almost time. You ready? No. Neither was I. A wry smile lifts a corner of her mouth, and I'd spent my life training for it. I'm not going to die today. I sling my pack over my shoulder and breathe a little easier than this morning. It's infinitely more manageable. The halls of the central administrative part of the fortress are eerily quiet as we wind our way down through various staircases, but the noise from the outside grows louder the lower we descend. Through the windows, I see thousands of candidates hugging their loved ones and saying their goodbyes on the grassy fields just beneath the main gate. From what I've witnessed every year, most families hold on to their candidates right up to the very last bell. The 4 roads leading to the fortress are clogged with horses and wagons, especially where they converge in front of the college. But it's the empty ones at the edge of the fields that make me nauseous. They're for the bodies. Right, before we round the last corner that will lead to the courtyard, Mira stops. What is... Oh! She yanks me against her chest, hugging me tight in the relative privacy of the corridor. I love you, Violet. Remember everything I told you. Don't become another name on the death roll. Her voice shakes, and I wrap my arms around her, squeezing tight. I'll be alright, I promise. She nods, her chin bumping against the top of my head. I know. Let's go. That's all she says before pulling me away and walking into the crowded courtyard just inside the main gate of the fortress. Instructors, commanders, and even our mother are gathered informally, waiting for the madness outside of the walls to become the order within. Out of all the doors in the War College, the main gate is the only one no cadet will ever enter today, since each quadrant has its own entrance and facilities. Hell, the writers have their own... Sorry. Hell, the writers have their own citadel. Pretentious, egotistical fucks. I follow Mira, catching her with a few quick strides. Find Dane Atos, Mira tells me as we cross through the courtyard, heading for the open gate. Dane? I can't help but smile at the thought of seeing Dane again, and my heart rate jumps. It's been a year, and I've missed his soft brown eyes and the way he laughs, the way every part of his body joins in. I've missed our friendship and the moments I thought it might turn into more under the right circumstances. I've missed the way he looks at me like I'm someone worth noticing. I've just missed him. I've only been out of the quadrant for 3 years, but from what I hear, he's doing well, and he'll keep you safe. Don't smile like that, Mira chides. He'll be his 2nd year. She shakes her finger at me. Don't mess around with 2nd years. If you want to get laid, you should. She lifts her brows. Considering you've never known what the day brings, then screw around in your own year. Nothing is worse than cadets gossiping that you slept your way to safety. So I'm free to take any of the first years I want to bed, I say with a little grin. Just not the second or third years. Exactly, she winks. We cross through the gates, leaving the fortress and enjoying the organized chaos beyond. Sorry. Each of Navarre's 6 provinces has sent this year's share of candidates for military service. Some volunteer, some are sentenced as punished, most are conscripted. The only thing we have in common here at Basgaia is that we passed the entrance exam. Both written and an agility test, I still cannot believe I passed. Which means at least we won't end up as fodder for the infantry on the front line. The atmosphere is tense with anticipation as Mira leads me along the worn cobblestone path towards the southern turret. The main college is built into the side of Basgaia Mountain, as if it was cleaved from the ridgeline of the peak itself. The sprawling, formidable structure towers over the crowd of anxious, waiting candidates and their tearful families. With its stories-tall stone battlements, built to protect the high rise of the keep within, and defensive turrets at each of its corners, one of which houses the bells. The majority of the crowd moves to line up at the base of the northern turret, the entrance of the infantry quadrant. Some of the mass heads towards the gate behind us, the healer's quadrant, that consumes the southern end of the college. Envy clenches my chest when I spot a few taking the central tunnel to the archives below the fortress to join the scribe quadrant. The entrance to the writer's quadrant is nothing more than a fortified door at the base of a tower. Just like the infantry entrance to the north, but while the infantry candidates can walk straight to their ground level quadrant, we writer candidates will climb. Mira and I join the writers line, waiting to sign in, and I make the mistake of glancing up. High above us, crossing the river-bottomed valley that divides the main college from the even higher looming citadel of the Writers' Quadrant on the southern ridgeline, is the parapet, the stone bridge that's about to separate writer candidates from the cadets over the next few hours. I'm gonna take a quick little drink break. I can't believe I'm about to cross that thing. And to think, I've been preparing for the scribe's written exam all these years. My voice dips with sarcasm. Or drips with sarcasm, sorry. I should have been playing on the balance beam. Mira ignores me as the line moves forward and candidates disappear through the door. Don't let the wind sway your steps. 2 candidates ahead of us, a woman sobs as her partner rips her away from a young man. The couple breaking from the line, retreating in tears down the hillside towards the crowd of loved ones lining the roads. There are no other parents ahead of us, only a few dozen candidates moving towards the roll keepers. Ooh, excuse me. Keep your eyes on the stones ahead of you and don't look down, Mira says, the lines of her face tightening. Arms out for balance. If the pack slips, drop it. Better it falls than you. I look behind us, where it seems hundreds have filled in within the span of minutes. Maybe I should let them go first, I whisper as panic fists my heart. What the hell am I doing? No, Mira answers. The longer you wait on those steps, she motions towards the tower, the greater your fear has a chance to grow. Cross the parapet before the terror owns you. The line moves, and the bell chimes again. It's 8 o'clock. Sure enough, the crowd of thousands behind us has separated fully into their chosen quadrants, all lined up to sign the roll and begin their services. Focus, Mira snaps, and I whip my head forward. This might sound harsh, but you don't seek friendship in there, Violet. Forge alliances. There are only 2 ahead of us now. A woman with a full pack, whose high cheekbones and oval face remind me of renderings of Amari. The braids that just touch the equally dark skin of her neck. The second is a muscular blonde man with the woman crying over him. He's carrying an even bigger rucksack. Sorry, one second. Okay, there we go. I look around the pair towards the roll-keeping desk, and my eyes widen. Is he? I whisper. Mira glances and mutters a curse. A separatist kid? Yep. See that shimmering mark that starts on the top of his wrists? It's a relic from the rebellion. I lift my eyebrows in surprise. The only relics I've ever heard of are when a dragon uses magic to mark the skin of their bonded rider. But those relics are a symbol of honor and power, and generally in the shape of the dragon who gifted them. These marks are swirls and slashes that feel more like a warning than a claiming. A dragon did that? I whisper. She nods. Mom says General Melgren's dragon did it to all of them when he executed their parents, but she wasn't exactly open to further discussion on the topic. Nothing like punishing the kids to deter more parents from committing treason. Me position my legs here. It seems cruel. But the first rule of living at Besgaiath is never question a dragon. They tend to cremate anyone they find rude. Most of the marked kids who carry rebellion relics are from Tyrandor, of course. But there are a few whose parents turned traitor from the other provinces. The blood drains from her face as she grips the straps of my pack, turning me to face her. I just remembered. Her voice drops. And I lean in, my heart jumping at the urgency of her tone. Stay the hell away from Xaden Ryerson. The air rushes from my lungs. That name. That Xaden Ryerson, she confirms, fear lacing her gaze. He's a 3rd year, and he will kill you the second he finds out who you are. His father was the great betrayer. He led the rebellion, as I say quietly. What is Xaden doing here? All the children of the leaders who were conscripted as punishment for their parents' crimes, Mira whispers, as she shuffles sideways, moving with the line. Mom told me they never expected Ryerson to make it past the parapet. Then they figured a cadet would kill him. But once his dragon chose him, she shakes her head, well, there's nothing much that can be done. He's risen to the rank of wing leader. Sorry. It's bullshit, I seethe. He's sworn allegiance to Navarre, but I don't think that will stop him where you're concerned. Once you get across the parapet, because you will make it across, find Dane, He'll put you in his squad. And we'll just hope it's far from Ryerson. She grips my straps tighter. Stay away from him. Noted, I nod. Next, a voice calls from behind the wooden table that bears the rolls of the Rider's Quadrant. The marked Rider I don't know is seated next to a scribe I do. And Captain Fitzgibbon's silver eyebrows rise over his weathered face. Violet Sorengale? I nod, picking up the quill and signing my name on the next empty line on the roll. But I thought you were meant for the Scribes Quadrant, Captain Fitzgibbon said softly. I envy his cream-colored tunic, unable to find the words. General Sorengale chose otherwise, Mira supplies. Sadness fills the older man's eyes. Pity, you had so much promise. By the gods, the next writer to Captain Fitzgibbon says, you're Mira Sorengale. His jaw drops, and I can smell his hero worship from here. I am, she nods. This is my sister, Violet. She'll be a first year. If she survives the parapet, someone behind me snickers, wind just might blow her right off. You fought the Sithmore, the writer behind the desk says it with awe. They give you the Order of the Talon for taking out the battery behind the enemy lines. The snickering stops. As I was saying, Mira puts a hand on the small of my back. This is my sister, Violet. You know the way, the captain nods and points to the open door to the turret. It looks honestly dark in there, and I fight the urge to run like hell. I know the way, she assures him, leading me past the table so the snickering asshole behind me can sign the roll. We paused at the doorway and turned toward each other. Don't die, Violet. I hate to be an only child. She grins and walks away, sauntering past the line of gawking candidates as word spreads of exactly who she is and what she's done. Tough to live up to that, a woman ahead of me says from just inside the tower. It is, I agree, gripping the straps of my rucksack and heading into the darkness. My eyes adjust quickly to the dim light coming in through the equidistant window along the curved staircase. Sorengale, as in, the woman asks, looking over her shoulder as we begin to climb the hundreds of stairs that lead to our possible deaths. Yep. There's no railing, so I keep my hand on the stone wall as we rise higher and higher. The general? The blonde guy ahead of us asks. The same one, I answer, offering him a quick smile. Anyone whose mother holds on that title can't be that bad, right? Wow, nice leathers too, he smiles back. Thanks, they're courtesy of my sister. I wonder how many candidates have fallen off the edge of the steps and died before they even reached the parapet, the woman says, glancing down the center of the staircase as we climb together. 2 last year. I tilt my head so when she glances back. I tilt my head when she glances back. Well, 3 if you count the girl one of the guys landed on. The woman's brown eyes flare, but she turns back around and keeps climbing. How many steps are there? 250, I answer, and we climb in silence for another 5 minutes. Not too bad, she says with a bright smile, as we near the top of and the line comes to a halt. I'm Rhiannon Matthias. Or Matthias. Sorry. Pronunciations are weird. I am Rhiannon Matthias, by the way. Dylan, The blonde guy responds with an enthusiastic wave. Violet. I gave them a tense smile of my own, blatantly ignoring Mira's earlier suggestion that I avoid friendships and only forge alliances. I feel like I've been waiting my entire life for this day. Dylan shifts his pack on his back. Can you believe we actually get to do this? It's a dream come true. Right. Naturally, every other candidate but me is excited to be here. This is the only quadrant at Bezgaya that doesn't accept conscripts, only volunteers. I can't fucking wait. Rhiannon's smile widens. I mean, who wouldn't want to ride a dragon? Me. Not that it doesn't sound fun in theory, it does. It's just the abhorrent odds of surviving to graduation that sour my stomach. Do your parents approve? Dylan asks. Because my mom's been begging me to change my mind for months. I keep telling her that I'll have better chances for advancement as a writer, but she wanted me to enter the healer quadrant. Mine always knew I wanted this, so they've been pretty supportive. Besides, they have my twin to dote on. Reagan's already living her dream, married and expecting a baby. Rhiannon glances back at me. What about you? Let me guess. With a name like Sorengale, I bet you were the first to volunteer this year. I was more like voluntold. My face is far less enthusiastic than hers. Gotcha! And writers don't get way better perks than other officers, I say to Dylan, as the line moves upward again. The snickering candidate behind me catches up, sweating and red. Look who isn't snickering now. Better pay, more leniency with the uniform policy, continue. No one gives a shit what writers wear as long as it's black. The only rules that apply to writers are the ones I memorized from the Codex. And the right to call yourself a supreme badass, Rhiannon adds. That too, I agree. Pretty sure they issue you an ego with your flight leathers. Plus, I've heard that writers are allowed to marry sooner than other quadrants, Dylan adds. True, right after graduation. If we survive. I think it has something to do with wanting to continue bloodlines. Most successful writers are legacies. Or because we tend to die sooner than the other quadrants, Rhiannon muses. I'm not dying, Dylan says, with way more confidence than I feel as he tugs a necklace from under his tunic to reveal a ring dangling from the chain. She said it would be bad luck to propose before I left, so we're waiting until graduation. He kisses the ring and tucks the chain back under his collar. The next 3 years are going to be long ones, but they'll be worth it. I keep my sigh to myself, though that might be the most romantic thing I've ever heard. You might make it across the parapet, the guy behind us sneers. This one here is a breeze away from the bottom of the ravine. I roll my eyes. Shut up and focus on yourself, Rhiannon snaps, her feet clicking against the stone as we climb. The top comes into sight, the doorway full of muddled light. Mira was right. Those clouds are going to wreak havoc on us. And we have to be on the other side of that parapet before they do. Another step, another tap of Rhiannon's feet. Let me see your boots, I say quietly so the jerk behind me can't hear. Her brow puckers, and confusion fills her brown eyes as she shows me the soles. They're smooth, just like the ones I was wearing earlier. My stomach sinks like a rock. The line starts moving again, pausing as we're only a few feet from the opening. What size are your feet? I ask. What? Rhiannon blinks at me. Your feet! What size are they? 8, she answers, 2 lines forming between her brows. I'm a 7, I said quickly. It will hurt like hell, but I want you to take my left boot. Trade with me. I have a dagger in the right one. I'm sorry? She looks at me like I've lost my mind, but maybe I have. These are rider boots. They'll grip the stone better. Your toes will be scrunched and genuinely miserable, but at least you'll have a shot at not falling off if that rain hits. Rhiannon glances towards the open door and the darkening sky, then back at me. You're willing to trade a boot? Just until we get to the other side. I look through the open door. 3 candidates are already walking across the parapet, their arms stretched out wide. But we have to be quick. It's almost your turn, or it's almost our turn. Rhiannon purses her lips in debate for a second, then agrees, and we swap left boots. I barely finish lacing up before the line moves again, and the guy behind me shoves my lower back, sending me staggering onto the platform and into the open air. Let's go. Some of us have things to do on the other side. His voice grates on my last frickin' nerve. You're not worth the effort right now, I mutter, gaining my balance as the wind whips at my skin, the midsummer morning thick with humidity. Good call on the braid, Mira. The top of the turret is bare. The stone rising and falling along the circular structure at the height of my chest and doing nothing to obscure the view. The ravine and its river below suddenly feel very, very far. How many wagons do they have waiting down there? 5? 6? I know the stats. The parapet claims roughly 15% of the rider candidates. Every trial in the quadrant, including this one, is designed to test a candidate's ability to ride. If someone can't manage to walk the windy length of the slim stone bridge, then they sure as hell can't keep their balance and fight on the back of a dragon. And for the death rate, I guess every rider thinks the risk is worth the glory, or has the arrogance to think they won't fall. I'm not either camp. I'm not in either camp. God damn it, I can't read today. Nausea has me holding my stomach, and I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth as I walk the edge behind Rhiannon and Dylan, my fingers skimming the stonework as we wind our way toward the parapet. 3 riders wait at the entrance, which is nothing more than a gaping hole in the wall of the turret. One with ripped-off sleeves records names as candidates step out onto the treacherous crossing. Another, who's shaved all his hair with the exception of a strip down the top center, instructs Dylan as he moves into position, patting his chest like the ring hidden there will bring him good luck. I hope it does. The third turns in my direction, and my heart simply stops. He's tall, with wind-blown black hair and dark brows. The line of his jaw is strong and covered by warm, tawny skin and dark stubble. And when he folds his arms across his torso, the muscles in his chest and arms ripple, moving in a way that makes me swallow. And his eyes are the shade of a gold-flecked onyx. The contrast of startling, jaw-dropping even. The contrast is startling, jaw-dropping even. Everything about him is... His features are so harsh that they looked carved, and yet they're astonishingly perfect. Like an artist worked a lifetime sculpting him, and at least a year of that was spent on his mouth. He's the most exquisite man I ever met. And living in the War College means I've seen a lot of men. Even the diagonal scar that bisects his left eyebrow and the marks on and marks that the top corner of his cheek only makes him hotter. Flaming hot, scorching hot. Gets you into trouble and you like it level hot. Suddenly, I can't remember exactly why Mira told me not to fuck around outside my year group. See you two on the other side, Dylan says over his shoulder with an excited grin before stepping onto the parapet, his arms spread wide. Ready for the next one, Ryerson? The rider with the ripped sleeve says. Zayden, Ryerson? You ready for this, Sorengale? Rhiannon says, moving forward. The black-haired rider snaps his gaze to mine, turning fully toward me, and my heart thunders for all the wrong reasons. A rebellion relic, curving in, dips and swirls, starts at his bare left wrist, then disappears under his black uniform to appear again at his collar, where it stretches and swirls up his neck, stopping at his jawline. Oh shit, I whisper, and his eyes narrow as if he can hear me over the howl of wind that rips at my secured braid. Sorengale? He steps towards me, and I look up and up. Good gods! I don't even reach his collarbone. He's massive. He has to be more than 4 inches over 6 feet tall. I feel exactly what Mirror called me, fragile. But I nod once, and the shining onyx of his eyes transforms to cold, unadulterated hatred. I can almost taste the loathing wafting off of him like a bitter cologne. Violet? Rhiannon asks, moving forward. You're General Sorengale's youngest. His voice is deep and accusatory. You're Fen Ryerson's son, I countered, the certainty of his revelation settling in my bones. I lift my chin and do my best to lock every muscle in my body so I don't start trembling. He will kill you the second he finds out who you are. Mira's words bounce around my skull and fear knots in my throat. He's going to throw me over the edge. He's going to pick me up and drop me right off the turret. I'm never going to get the chance to even walk the parapet. I'll die being exactly what my mother always danced around calling me, weak. Zayden sucks in a deep breath, and the muscle in his jaw flexes once, twice. Your mother captured my father and oversaw his execution. Wait, like he has the only right to hatred here. Rage races through my veins. Your father killed my oldest brother. Seems like we're even. Hardly. His glaring gaze strokes over me like he's memorized every detail or looking for a weakness. Your sister is a writer. Guess that explains all others. Guess so. I hold his glare as if winning this staring competition will gain me entrance to the quadrant instead of crossing the parapet behind him. Either way, I'm getting across. Mira isn't going to lose both her siblings. His hands clench into fists, and he tenses. I prepare for the strike. He might throw me off this tower, but I won't make it easy for him. You alright? Rhiannon asks, her gaze jumping between Zayden and me. He glances at her. Your friends? We met on the stairs, she says, squaring her shoulders. He looks down, noting our mismatched shoes, and arches a brow. His hands relax. Interesting. Are you going to kill me? I lift my chin another inch. His gaze clashes with mine as the sky opens and rain falls in a deluge, soaking my hair, my leathers, and the stones around us in seconds. A scream rends the air, and Rhiannon and I both jerk our attention to the parapet just in time to see Dylan slip. I gasp, my heart jolting into my throat. He catches himself, hooking his arms over the stone bridge as his feet kick beneath him, scrambling for a purchase that isn't there. Pull yourself up, Dylan, Rhiannon shouts. Oh gods. My hand flies to cover my mouth, but he loses his grip on the water-slick stone and falls, disappearing from view. The wind and rain steal any sound his body might make in the valley below. They steal the sound of my muffled cry, too. Xaden never takes his eyes from me, watching silently with a look I can't interpret as I bring my horrified gaze back to his. Why would I waste my energy killing you when the parapet will do it for me? A wicked smile curves his lips. Your turn. Alright, that is... Damn. That is chapter 1. We're gonna take a quick little 5-minute break, guys. And we'll be back to continue chapter 2. I don't think the chapters get that much longer. I think chapter 1 is probably one of the longest chapters, but alright, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. So about 1:35 we'll be back, and we'll continue with chapter 2. Alright, I'm not going to start the next part, but I am going to quickly... Oh, shouldn't I? I'm going to quickly pause the music here, and I'm going to switch back to my headphones, or to my... and not use my earbuds, so everything is nice and loud. Now that they're fully charged. There we go. That should be it. I love the fact that my headphones charge quite fast. Alright, and sorry that it took more than 5 minutes for me to use the restroom and break and stuff, but, you know, IBS says otherwise, so. Alright. So we will start chapter 2 at... $139. All right. All right. Chapter 2. I will not die today. The words became my mantra, repeating in my head as Rhiannon gives her name to the writer, keeping tally at the opening to the parapet. The hatred in Zayden's stare burns into the side of my face like a palpable flame, and even the rain pelting my skin with each gust of wind doesn't ease the heat, or the shiver of dread that jolts down my spine. Dylan is dead. He's just a name. Another soon-to-be stone in the endless graveyards that lines the road of Bazgaya. Another warning to the ambitious candidates who would rather chance their lives with the writers than choose the security of another quadrant. I get it now, why Mira warned me not to make friends. There we go, sorry. Rhiannon grips both sides of the opening to the turret, then looks over her shoulder at me. I'll wait for you on the other side, she shouts over the storm, the fear in her eyes mirroring my own. I'll see you on the other side, I nod, and even manage to a grimace of a smile. She steps out onto the parapet and begins walking, and even though I'm sure his hands are full today, I send up a silent prayer to Xennial, the god of luck. Name, the writer at the edge asks as his partner holds a cloak over the scroll in a pointless attempt to keep the paper dry. Violet Sorengale, I answer as thunder cracks above me, the sound oddly comforting. I've always loved the nights where storms beat against the fortress window, both illuminating and throwing shadows over the books I curled up with. Though this downpour might just cost me my life. With a quick glance, I see Dylan's and Rhiannon's names already blurring at the end where water has met ink. It's the last name Dylan's name will be last time. I am sorry. It's the last time Dylan's name will be written anywhere but his stone. There will be another roll at the end of the parapet, so the scribes have their beloved statistics for casualties. What is wrong with me today? In another life, it would be me reading and recording the data for historical analysis. Sorengale. The writer looks up, his eyebrows rising in surprise. As in, General Sorengale? The same. Damn, that's already getting old, and I know it's only going to get worse. There's no avoiding the comparison to my mother. Not when she's the commander here. Even worse, they probably think I'm a natural gifted writer like Mira, or a brilliant strategist like Brennan was. Or they'll take one look at me, realize I'm nothing like the three of them, and declare open season. I place my hands on either side of the turret and drag my fingertips across the stone. It's still warm from the morning sun, but rapidly cooling from the rain. Slick, but not slippery from the moss growing or anything ahead of me, Rhiannon is making her way across, her hands out for balance. She's probably a fourth of the way, her figure becoming blurrier the farther she walks into the rain. I thought she only had one daughter, the other writer asks, angling the cloak as another gust of wind blows into us. If it's this windy here, my bottom half sheltered by the turret. If it's this windy here, my bottom half sheltered by the turret, then I'm about to be in for a world of hurt on the parapet. I get that a lot. In through my nose, out through my mouth. I force my breathing to calm, my heart rate to slow from its gallop. If I panic, I'll die. If I'll slip, I'll die. Oh, fuck it. There's nothing more I can do to prepare for this. I take the lone step up onto the parapet and grip the stone wall as another gust hits, knocking me sideways against the opening into the turret. And you think you'll be able to ride? The asshole candidate behind me mocks. Some Sorengale with that kind of balance. I pity whatever wing you end up in. I regain my balance and I yank the straps of my pack tighter. Name? The writer asks again, but I know he's not talking to me. Jack Barlow. The one behind me answers. Remember the name. I'm going to be a wing leader one day. Even his voice reeks of arrogance. You'd better get going, Sorengale, Zayden's deep voice orders. I look over my shoulder and see him pinning me with a glare. Unless you need a little motivation, Jack lunges forward, his hands raised. Holy shit, he's going to shove me. Fear shoots through my veins and I move, leaving the safety of the turret as I bolt onto the parapet. There's no going back now. My heart beats so hard that I hear it in my ears like a drum. Keep your eyes on the stones ahead of you and don't look down. Mira's advice echoes in my head, but it's hard to heed it with every step. When every step could be my last. I throw my arms out for balance, then take the measured mini strides I practiced with Major Gilstead in the courtyard. But with the wind, the rain, and the 200-foot drop, this is nothing like practice. The stones beneath my feet are uneven in place, held together by mortar in the joints that make it easy to trip. And I concentrate on the path ahead of me to keep my eyes off my boots. My muscles are tight as I lock my center of gravity, keeping my posture upright. My head swims as my pulse skyrockets. Calm. I have to stay calm. I can't carry a tune or even decently hum. So singing for a distraction is out, but I am a scholar. There's nowhere as calming as the archives, so that's what I think of. Facts, logic, history. Your mind already knows the answer, so just calm down and let it remember. That's what Dad always told me. I need something to keep the logical side of my brain from turning around and walking straight back to the turret. The continent is home to 2 kingdoms, and we've been at war for 400 years. I recite using the basic, simple data that has been drilled into me for easy recall in preparation for the scribe's test. Step after step, I make my way across the parapet. Navarre, my home, is the larger kingdom with 6 unique provinces. Tirandor, our southernmost and largest province, shares its borders with the province of Krovla. Sorry, within the Promial Kingdom. I'm sorry if I'm gonna have problems with pronunciations throughout this entire book. I'm sorry. Each word calms my breathing and steadies my heart rate, lessening the dizziness. To our east lie the remaining 2 Promial provinces of Bravik and I think it's Siniasin. With the Espen Mountains providing a natural border. I pass the painted line that marks halfway. I'm over the highest point now, but I can't think about that. Don't look down. Beyond Krovla, beyond our enemy line, the distant barrens, a desert, thunder cracks. The wind slams into me, and I flail my arms. Shit! My body sways left with the gale, and I drop to the parapet, holding on to the edges and crouching so I don't lose my footing, making myself as small as possible as the wind howls over and around me. Stomach churning, I feel my lungs threatening to hyperventilate as panic seizes me at knife point. Within Navarre, Tirandor was the last of the bordering provinces to join the alliance and swear fealty to King Reginald. I shout into the howling wind, forcing my mind to keep moving against the very real threat of paralyzing anxiety. It was also the only province to attempt secession 627 years later, which would have eventually left our kingdom defenseless had they been successful. Rhiannon is still ahead of me at what I think is the three-quarter mark. Good. She deserves to make it. The king of Paramil mainly consists of arable plains, or the kingdom of Paramil mainly consists of arable plains and marshlands, and is known for exceptional textiles, endless fields of grain, and unique crystalline gems capable of amplifying minor magics. I spare only a quick glance at the dark clouds above me before inching forward. One foot carefully placing in front of the other. In contrast, Navarre's mountainous regions offer an abundance in ore. Hardy timber from our eastern provinces, and limited deer and elk. My next step knocks a couple of pieces of mortar loose, and I pause as my arms wobble until I regain my balance. Ooh, excuse me. I swallow and test my weight before moving forward again. The trade agreement of Resin, signed more than 200 years ago, ensures the exchange of meat and lumber from Navarre for the cloth and agriculture within Paramil 4 times a year at the Athbin outpost on the border of Krovla and Tirandor. I can see the Riders' Quadrant from here. The enormous stone footings of the citadel rise up the mountain to the base of the structure, where I know this path ends if I can just get there. Scraping the rain from my face with the leather on my shoulder, I glance back to see where Jack is. He's stalled just after the quarter mark, his stocky form standing still, like he's waiting for something. His hands are at his sides. The wind seems to have no effect on his balance. Lucky bastard. I swear he's grinning across the distance, but I could just be it could just be the rain in my eyes. I can't stay here. Living to see the sunrise means I have to keep moving. Fear can't rule my body. Squeezing the muscles of my legs together for balance, I slowly let go of the stone beneath me and stand. Arms out, walk. I need to get as far as possible before the next gust of wind. I look back over my shoulder to see where Jack is, and my blood chills to ice. He's turned his back on me, and he's facing the next candidate, who wobbles dangerously as he approaches. Jack grabs the gangly boy by the straps of his overpacked rucksack, and I watch, shock locking my muscles, as Jack throws the scrawny candidate from the parapet like a sack of grain. A scream reaches my ears for an instant before fading as he falls out of sight. Holy shit! You're next, Sorengale, Jack bellows as I jerk my gaze from the ravine to see him pointing at me, a sinister smile curving his mouth. Then he comes for me, his strides eating up the distance between us with horrifying speed. Move! Now! Terrandor encompasses the southwest of the continent. I recite my steps, even but panicked, on the slick, narrow path, my left foot slipping a little at the beginning of each step. Made up of hostile mountainous terrain and bordered by the Emerald Sea to the west and the Arctile Ocean to the south. Terrandor is nearly impenetrable, though separated geographically by the cliffs of Draelor, a natural protective barrier. Another gust slams into me, and my foot slips off the parapet. My heart lurches. The parapet rushes up to meet me as I stumble and fall. My knee slams into the stone, and I yelp at the sharp bite of pain. My hands scramble for purchase as my left leg dangles off the edge of the bridge from hell. Jack not far behind now. Then I make the gut-twisting error of looking down. Water runs off my nose and chin, splattering against the stone before falling to join the river gushing through the valley more than 200 feet below. I swallow the growing knot in my throat and blink, fighting to steady my heart rate. I will not die today. Gripping the sides of the stone, I brace as much of my weight as I can. Maybe I didn't skip a page. Gripping the sides of the stone, I brace as much of my weight as I can trust on the slick stones to hold and swing my left leg up. The ball of my foot finds the walkway. From here, there aren't enough facts in the world to steady my thoughts. I need to get my right foot under me, the one that has better traction. But one wrong move, and I'll find out just how cold that river is beneath me. You'll be dead on impact. I'm coming for you, Sorengale, I hear from behind me. I shove off the stone and pray my boots find the pathway as I burst to my feet. If I fall, fine. That would be my error. But I'm not about to let this asshole murder me. Best to get to the other side, where the rest of the murderers wait. Not that everyone in the quadrant is going to try to kill me. Just the cadets who think I'll be a liability to the wing. There's a reason strength is revered among riders. A squad, a section, a wing is only as effective as its weakest link. And if that link breaks, It puts everyone in danger. Jack either thinks I'm that Link, or he's an unstable asshole who just enjoys killing. Probably both. Either way, I need to move faster. Throwing my arms out to the side, I focus on the end of the path, the courtyard of the citadel, where Rhiannon steps to safety, and I hustle despite the rain. I keep my body tight, my center locked, and for once am grateful I'm shorter than most. Will you scream the whole way down? Jack mocks, still shouting, but his voice is closer. He's gaining on me. There's no room for fear, so I block it out, envisioning shoving the emotion behind locked iron bars in my mind. I can see the end of the parapet now, the riders who wait at the entrance of to the citadel. There's no way someone who can't even carry a full rucksack passed the entrance exam. You're a mistake, Sorangale. Jack calls out, his voice clearer, but I don't chance losing my speed to check how far he is behind me. It's really for the best that I take you out now, don't you think? It's so much more merciful than letting the dragons have at you. They'll start to eat you leg by rickety leg while you're still alive. Come on, he cajoles. It will be my pleasure to help you out. The fuck you will, I muttered. There are only a dozen feet left to the outside of the citadel's enormous walls. My left foot slips and I wobble, but I only lose a heartbeat before I'm moving forward again. The fortress looms behind those thick battlements, carved into the mountains in an L-shaped formation of tall stone buildings, built to withstand fire for obvious reasons. The walls that surround the citadel's courtyard are 10 feet thick and 8 feet tall, with one opening, and I'm just about there. I bite back a sob of relief as stone rises up on both sides of me. You think you'll be safe in there? Jack's voice is harsh and close. Secure on both sides of the walls, I run the last 10 feet, my heart pounding as adrenaline rushes my body to its max, and his footsteps charge behind me. He lunges for my pack and misses, his hand hitting my hip as we reach the edge. I hurtle forward, jumping the 12 inches off the elevated parapet down to the courtyard where two riders wait. Jack roars in frustration, and the sound grips my heaving chest like a vice. Spinning, I rip a dagger from its sheath at my ribs just as Jack skids to a halt above me on the parapet, his breath choppy and his face ruddy. Murder is etched in his narrowed, glacial blue eyes as he glares down at me, and where the tip of my dagger now indents the fabric of his breeches, against his balls. I think I'll be safe for now. I think I'll be safe for right now. I manage between ragged breaths, my muscles trembling, but my hand more than steady. Will you? Jack vibrates with rage, his thick blonde brows slashing down over arctic blue eyes, every line of his monstrous frame leaning my way, but he doesn't take another step. It is unlawful for a rider to cause another harm, while in a quadrant formation or in the supervisory presence of a superior ranking cadet. I recite from the codex, my heartbeat still in my throat, as it will diminish the efficiency of the wing. And given the crowd behind us, I think it's clear to argue that it's a formation. Article 3, section, I don't give a shit. He moves, but I hold my ground, and my dagger slices through the first layer of his breeches. I suggest you could reconsider. I adjust my stance, just in case he doesn't. I might slip. Name? The writer next to me drawls, as if we're the least interesting thing he's seen today. I glance in her direction for a millisecond. She pushes the chin-length, fire-red strands of her hair behind her ear with one hand and holds the roll with the other, watching the scene play out. The three silver four-pointed stars embroidered on the shoulder of her cloak. Tell me she's a third year. You're pretty small for a writer, but it looks like you made it. Violet Soaringale. I answer, but 100% of my focus is on Jack again. The rain drips off the lowered ridge of his brow. And before you ask, yes, I'm that Soaringale. Not surprised with that maneuver, the woman says, holding a pen like Mom uses over the roll. It might be the nicest compliment I've ever been given. And what's your name? She asks again. Pretty sure she's asking Jack, but I'm too busy studying my opponent to glance her way. Jack Barlow. There's no sinister little smile on his lip or playful taunts about how he'll enjoy killing me now. There's nothing but pure malice in his features, promising retribution. A chill of apprehension lifts the hairs on my neck. Well, Jack, the male rider on my right says, slowly scratching the trim lines of his dark goatee. He's not wearing a cloak, and the rain soaks into the bevy of patches stitched into the worn leather jacket. Cadet Soaringale has you by the actual balls here, in more ways than one. She's right. Regs state that there's nothing but respect among riders at formation. You want to kill her, you'll have to do it in the sparring ring or on your own time. That is, if she decides to let you off the parapet, because technically you're not on the grounds yet, so you are not a cadet. She is. And if I decide to snap her neck the second I step down, Jack growls, and the look in his eyes says he'll do it. Then you get to meet the dragons early, the redhead answers, her tone bland. We don't wait for trials around here. We just execute. What's it going to be, Soaringale? The male rider asks. You going to have Jack here start as a eunuch? Shit, what is it going to be? I can't kill him, not at this angle, and slicing off his balls is only going to make him hate me even more, if possible. Are you going to follow the rules? I asked Jack. My head is buzzing, and my arm feels so damned heavy, but I keep my knife on target. Guess I don't have a choice. A corner of his mouth tilts into a sneer, and his posture relaxes as he raises his hand palms out. I lower my dagger, but keep it palmed, as ready as I move sideways towards the redhead keeping roll. Jack steps down into the courtyard, his shoulder knocking mine as he walks by, pausing to lean in close. You're dead, Soaringale, and I'm going to be the one to kill you. Alright, that is chapter 2. I just lost my, there we go. Alright, so I will be back in about 5-ish minutes, and we will continue with chapter 3. Alright. Now we jump into chapter 3. We're almost halfway there. As a reminder for anybody who is jumping in, we are currently reading Fourth Wing. I'm going to be reading about 6-ish chapters a day, only on the weekends for the next 8 weeks. Because for both Fourth Wing and Iron Flame, because there's 2 books. And because the third book is getting released January 21st. So I will be reading these to kind of get myself, have myself be able to remember the books, basically. And, yeah, get myself refreshed for when the third book is released. And if you guys like this enough, I may read the third book after I've been done reading it myself. So let's start on chapter 3, shall we? Alright, everybody comfortable? Comfortable? I had to turn on an extra light in here, light an extra candle. And I had to turn the fan on because it was in here. Alright, chapter 3. If Jack wants to kill me, he needs to get in line. Besides, I have a feeling Xaden Ryerson is going to beat him to it. Not today, I respond to Jack, the hilt of my dagger solid in my hand, and I somehow manage to suppress a shudder as he leans over and breathes in. He's scenting me like a fucking dog. Then he scoffs and walks off into the crowd of celebrating cadets and riders that's gathered in the sizable courtyard of the Citadel. I'm still early, probably around 9, but already I see there aren't as many cadets as there are candidates ahead of me in line, or as there were candidates ahead of me in line. Based on the overwhelming presence of leather, both the 2nd and 3rd years are here as well, taking stock of the new cadets. The rain eases into a drizzle, as if it had only come to make the hardest test of my life even harder. But I did it. I'm alive. I made it. My body begins to tremble, and a throbbing pain erupts in my left knee, the one I slammed into on the parapet. I take a step, and it threatens to give out on me. I need to bind it before anyone notices. I think you made an enemy there, the redhead says, casually shifting the lethal crossbow she wears strapped along her shoulder. She glances at me over the scroll with a shrewd look in her hazel eyes as she looks me up and down. I'd watch your back with that one if I were you. I nod. I'm going to have to watch my back with every other part of my body. The next candidate approaches from the parapet with some grip, as someone grips my shoulders from behind and spins me. My dagger isn't halfway up when I realize it's Rhiannon. We made it! She grins, giving my shoulders a squeeze. We made it, I repeat with a forced smile. My thighs are shaking now, but I manage to sheath my dagger at my ribs. Now that we're here, both cadets, can I trust her? I can't thank you enough. There were at least 3 times I would have fallen off if you hadn't helped me. You were right. Those souls were slick as shit. Have you seen the people around here? I swear I just saw a second year with pink streaks in her hair, and one guy has dragon scales tattooed up his entire bicep. Conformity is for the infantry, I say as she loops her arm through mine and tugs me along toward the crowd. My knee screams, pain radiating up to my hip and down to my foot, and I limp, my weight falling into Rhiannon's side. Damn it. Where did this nausea come from? Why can't I stop shaking? I'm going to fall any second now. There's no way my body can remain upright with this earthquake in my legs or the whirring in my head. Speaking of which, she says, glancing down, we need to trade boots. There's a bench. A tall figure in a pristine black uniform steps out of the crowd, charging towards us, and though Rhiannon manages to dodge, I stumble smack into his chest. Violet? Strong hands catch my elbows to steady me, and I look up to a pair of familiar, striking brown eyes, flared wide in obvious shock. Relief sweeps through me, and I try to smile, but it probably comes out like a distorted grimace. He seems taller than he was last summer. The beard that cuts across his jaw is new, and he's filled out in a way that makes me blink. Or maybe that's just my vision going hazy at the edges. The beautiful, easygoing smile that starred in way too many of my fantasies is far from the scowl that purses his mouth. And everything about him seems a little harder. But it works for him. The line of his chin, the set of his brow, even the muscles of his bicep are rigid under my fingers as I try to find my balance. Sometime in the last year, Dane Atos went from attractive and cute to gorgeous. But I'm about to be sick all over his boots. What the hell are you doing here? He barks, the shock in his eyes transforming to something foreign, something deadly. This isn't the same boy I grew up with. He's a second-year writer now. Dane, it's good to see you. That's an understatement, but the trembles turn to full-on shakes and bile creeps up my throat, dizziness only making the nausea worse. My knees give out. Damn it, Violet, he mutters, hauling me back to my feet with one hand on my back and the other under my elbow. He quickly guides me away from the crowd and into the alcove in the wall, close to the first defensive turret of the citadel. It's a shady, hidden spot with a hard wooden bench, which he sits me on, then helps me out of my rucksack. Spit floods my mouth. I'm going to be sick. Head between your knees, Dane orders in a harsh tone I'm not used to from him. But I do it. He rubs circles on my lower back as I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth. It's the adrenaline. Give it a minute and it'll pass. I hear approaching footsteps on the gravel. Who the hell are you? I'm Rhiannon. I'm Violet's friend? I stare at the gravel under my mismatched boots and will the meager contents of my stomach to stay put. Listen to me, Rhiannon. Violet is fine, he commands. And if anyone asks, then you tell them exactly what I said. And it's just the adrenaline working out of her system. Understand? It's no one's business what's going on with Violet, she retorts, her tone just as sharp as his. So I wouldn't say shit, especially not when she's the reason I made it across the parapet. You'd better mean that, he warns, the bite in his voice at odds with the ceaselessness comforting circles he makes on my back. I could ask you just who the hell you are, she retorts. He's one of my oldest friends. The trembles slowly subside and the nausea wanes, but I'm not sure if it's the timing or my position, so I keep my head between my knees while I manage to unlace my left boot. Oh, Rhiannon answers. And a second-year writer cadet, he growls, gravel crunching like Rhiannon has backed up a step. No one can see you here, Vi, so take your time, Dane says softly because puking my guts up after surviving the parapet and the asshole who wanted to throw me off it would be considered weak. I rise, slowly sitting upright. Exactly, he answers. Are you hurt? His gaze rakes over me with a desperate edge. Like he needs to see every inch for himself. My knee is sore, I admit in a whimper because it's Dane. Dane, whom I've known since we were 5 and 6. Dane, whose father is one of my mother's most trusted advisors. Dane, who held me together when Mira left for the Riders Quadrant, and again when Brennan died. He takes my chin between his thumb and forefinger, turning my face left and right for his inspection. That's all? You sure? His hands run down my sides and paws at my ribs. Are you wearing daggers? Rhiannon takes my boot off and sighs in relief, wiggling her toes. I nod. 3 at my ribs and 1 in my boot. Thank God, or I'm not sure I'd be sitting here right now. Huh? He drops his hands and looks at me like he's never seen me before, like I'm a complete stranger. But then he blinks and it's gone. Get your boots switched. You two look ridiculous. Vi, do you trust this one? He nods towards Rhiannon. She could have waited for me at the security of the Citadel walls and thrown me off just like Jack tried to do, but she didn't. I nod. I trust her as much as anyone can trust another first year around here. All right. He stands and turns towards her. There are sheaths at the sides of his leathers too, but there are daggers in each of them, where mine are still empty. I'm Dane Atos, and I'm the leader of the 2nd Squad, Flame Section, 2nd Wing. Squad leader. My brow jumps. The highest ranks amongst the cadets in the quadrants are Wing Leader and Section Leader. Both positions are held by elite 3rd years. 2nd years can rise to squad leaders, but only if they're exceptional. Everyone else is simply a cadet before threshing, when the dragons choose who they will bond, and a rider after. People die too often around here to hand out ranks prematurely. Parapet should be over in the next couple of hours, depending on how fast the candidates cross or fall. Go find the redhead with the roll. She's usually carrying a crossbow, and tell her that Dane Atos put both you and Violet Sorringale into his squad. If she questions you, tell her she owes me for saving her ass at threshing last year. I'll bring Violet back to the courtyard shortly. Let me reposition. There we go. Rhiannon glances at me and I nod. Go, before someone sees us, Dane barks. Going, she answers, shoving her foot into her boot and lacing it quickly as I do the same with mine. You cross the parapet with an equestrian boot too big for you? Dane asks, glaring down at me with incredulity. She would have died without trading mine. I stand and wince as my knee objects and tries to buckle. And you're going to die if we don't find you a way out of here. He offers his arm. Take it. We need to get you into my room. You need to wrap that knee. His eyebrows rise. Unless you found some miracle cure I don't know about it in the last year. I shake my head and take his arm. Damn it, Violet. Damn it. He tucks mine discreetly against his side, grabs my rucksack with his empty hand, then leads me into a tunnel at the end of the alcove in the outer wall I hadn't even seen. Mage lights flicker on in the sconces as we pass and extinguish after we go by. You're not supposed to be here. Well aware. I let myself limp a little since no one can see us now. You're supposed to be in the scribe quadrant. He sees leading me through the tunnel in the wall. What the hell happened? Please tell me that you did not volunteer for the Riders Quadrant. What do you think happened? I challenged as we reached the wrought iron gate that looked like it was built to keep out a troll or a dragon. He curses. Your mother? I'm mother. I nod. Every Sorengale is a rider, don't you know? We make it to a set of circular steps, and Dane leads me up past the first and second floor, stopping us on the third and pushing open another gate that creaks with the sound of metal on metal. This is the second year floor, he explains quietly, which means I'm not supposed to be up here, obviously. I tuck in a little closer. Don't worry, if someone sees us, I'll just say that I was overcome with lust at first sight and couldn't wait another second to get you out of your pants. Ever the smartass! A wry smile tugs at his lips as we start down the hall. I can throw in a few, "Oh, Dane!" cries once we're in your room just for believability. I offer and actually mean it. He snorts as he drops my pack in front of a wooden door, then makes a twisting motion with his hands in front of the handle. A lock audibly clicks. You have powers? I say. It's not news, of course. He's a second-year writer, and all writers can perform lesser magics once their dragon chose to channel their power, but it's Dane. Don't look surprised. He rolls his eyes and opens the door, carrying my pack as he helps me inside. His room is simple, with a bed, dresser, desk, and wardrobe. There's nothing personal about it, other than a few books on his desk. I note with a tiny burst of satisfaction that one is the tome on the Krovlan language that I gave him before he left last summer. He always had a gift for languages. Even the blanket on his bed is simple, Rider Black, as if he might forget why he's here while sleeping. The window is arched, and I move toward it. I can see the rest of Besgaev across the ravine through the clear glass. It's the same war college and yet an entire world away. There are two more candidates on the parapet, but I look away before I can feel invested just to watch them fall. There's only so much death one person can take in a day, and I'm at my fucking maximum. Do you have wraps in here? He hands me the rucksack. Got them all from Major Gilstead, I answer with a nod, plopping down on the edge of his expertly made bed and starting to dig through my pack. Luckily for me, Mira is an infinitely better packer than I am, and the wraps are easy to spot. Make yourself at home, he grins, leaning back against the closed door and hooking one ankle over the other. As much as I hate that you're here, I have to say it's more than nice to see your face, Vi. I look up and our eyes meet. The tension that's been in my chest for the last week, hell, the last 6 months, eases. And for a second, it's just us. I've missed you. Maybe it's exposing a weakness, but I don't care. Dane knows almost everything there is to know about me anyway. Yeah, I've missed you too, he says quietly, his eyes softening. My chest draws tight, and there's an awareness between us, an almost tangible sense of anticipation as he looks at me. Maybe after all these years, we're finally on the same page when it comes to wanting each other. Or maybe he's just relieved to see an old friend. You better get that leg wrapped. He turns around to face the door. I won't look. It's nothing you haven't seen before. I arch my hips and shimmy my leather pants down past my thighs and over my knees. Shit. The one on the left is swollen. If anyone else had taken that stumble, they would have ended up with a bruise, maybe even a scrape. But me, I have to fix it so my kneecap stays where it's supposed to. It's not just my muscles that are weak. My ligaments that hold my joints together don't work for shit either. Yeah, well, we're not sneaking away to swim in a river, are we? He teases. We grew up together, though through every post our parents had been stationed at, and no matter where we were, we always managed to find a place to swim and climb the trees. I fasten the wrap at the top of my knee and then wind and secure the joint in the same way I've done since I was old enough for the healers to teach me. It's a practiced motion that I could do in my sleep, and the familiarity of it is almost soothing. If it didn't mean I was starting in the quadrant wounded, or if it didn't mean I was starting in the quadrant wounded, as soon as I get it fastened with the little metal clasp, I stand and tug my leathers back up over my ass and button them. All covered. He turned and glanced over me. You look different. It's the leathers, I shrug. Why? Is different bad? It takes a second to close my rucksack and haul it up and over my shoulders. Thank you gods the ache in my knee is manageable with it bound like this. It's just... He shakes his head slowly, teasing his lower lip with his teeth. Different. Why, Dainatos? I grin and walk toward him, then grasp the door handle at his side. You've seen me in swimwear, tunics, and even ball gowns. Are you telling me it's the leather that does it for you? He scoffs, but there's a slight flush to his cheeks as his hands cover mine and open the door. Glad to see our year apart has indulged your tongue, Vi. Oh, I toss over my shoulder as we walked into the hallway. I can do quite a few things with my tongue. You'd be impressed. My smile is so wide that it almost hurts, and just for a second I forget that we're in the writer's quadrant, or that I've just survived the parapet. His eyes heat. Guess he's forgotten too. Then again, Mira's always made it clear that writers aren't an inhibited bench behind these walls. There's not much reason to deny yourself when you might not live through tomorrow. We have to get you out of here, he says, shaking his head like he needs to clear it. Then he does the hand thing again, and I hear the lock slide into place. There's no one in the hallway, but we make it to the stairwell quickly. Thanks, I say as we start descending. My knee is feeling way better now. I still can't believe your mother thought putting you into the writer's quadrant was a good idea. I can practically feel the anger vibrating off him next to me as we walk down the stairs. There's no banister on his side, but he doesn't seem to mind, even though a single misstep would be the end of him. Me neither. She announced her decree about which quadrant I'd choose last spring, after I passed the initial entrance exam, and I immediately started working with Major Gelstead. He'll be so proud when he reads the rolls tomorrow and sees that I'm not on them. Sorry, give me a second. You gotta breathe. There's a door at the bottom of the stairwell, below the main level that leads to the passage into the healer's quadrant further up the ravine. He says as we approach the first floor, we'll get you through that and into the scribe quadrant. What? I stop as my feet hit the polished stone landing at the main floor, but he continues downward. He's already 3 steps beneath me when he realizes I'm not with him. The scribe quadrant, he said slowly, turning to face me. This angle makes me taller than he is, and I glared down at him. I can't go to the scribe quadrant, Dane. I'm sorry. His eyebrows fly up. She won't stand for it. I shake my head. His mouth opens, then shuts, and his fist clenches at his side. This place will kill you, Violet. You can't stay here. Everyone will understand you didn't volunteer. Not really. Sorry. Excuse me. Anger bristles up my spine, and my gaze narrows on him. Ignoring who did or did not volunteer me, I snap. 1. I am well aware of what my chances are here, Dane. And 2. Usually 15% of candidates don't make it past the parapet, and I'm still standing. So I guess I'm beating those odds already. He backs up another step. I'm not saying you didn't just kick absolute ass by getting here, Vi. But you have to leave. You'll break the first time they put you in the sparring ring, and that's before the dragons sense that you're... He shakes his head and looks away, his jaw clenching. I'm what? My hackles rise. Go ahead and say it. When they sense I'm less than the others? Is that what you mean? Damn it. He shakes his hand over... he rakes his hand over his close-cropped light brown curls. Stop putting words in my mouth. You know what I mean. Even if you survive to threshing, there's no guarantee a dragon will bond you. As it was last year, we had 34 unbonded cadets who have just been sitting around waiting to restart the year with this class to get a chance at bonding again, and they're all perfectly healthy. Don't be an asshole. My stomach falls. Just because he might be right doesn't mean I want to hear it or want to be called unhealthy. I'm trying to keep you alive, he shouts, his voice echoing off the stone of the stairwell. If we get you to the scribe quadrant right now, you can still ace their test and have a phenomenal story to tell when you're out drinking. I take you back there, he points to the doorway that leads to the courtyard. It's out of my hands. I can't protect you here. Not fully. I'm not asking you. Wait. Didn't I want him to? Wasn't that what Mira suggested? Why would you tell Rhiannon to put me in your squad if you just want to sneak me out to the back door? The vice around my chest squeezes tighter. Next to Mira, Dane is the person who knows me best on the entire damned continent, and even he thinks I can't hack it here. To make her leave so I could get you out. He climbs 2 steps, shortening the distance between us, but there's no give in the set of his shoulders. If determination had a physical form, it would be Dane Atos right now. Do you think I want to watch my best friend die? Do you think it'll be fun to see what they'll do to you, knowing you're General Sorrengail's daughter? Putting on leathers doesn't make you a rider, Vi. Let me turn this down a little bit. Turn this up a little bit. Alright. Sorry about that. Putting on leathers doesn't make you a rider, Vi. They're going to tear you to shreds, and if you don't, the dragons will. In the Writer's Quadrant, you either graduate or die, and you know that. Let me save you. His entire posture droops, and the plea in his eyes shreds some of my indignation. Please, let me save you. You can't, I whisper. You said she said she'd haul me right back. I either leave here as a writer or as a name on a stone. She didn't mean it. He shakes his head. She can't mean that. She means it. Even Mira couldn't talk her out of it. He searches my eyes and tenses, as if he sees the truth of it there. Shit. Yeah, shit. I shrug, like it's not my life we're talking about here. All right. I can see him mentally changing gears, adapting to the information. We'll find another way. For now, let's go. He takes my hand and leads me to the alcove we disappeared from. Get out there and meet the other first years. I'll go back and enter from the turret doorway. They'll figure out we know each other soon enough, but don't give anyone ammunition. He squeezes my hand and lets go, walking away without another word and disappearing into the tunnel. I grip the straps of my rucksack and walk into the dappled sunlight of the courtyard. The clouds are breaking, and the drizzle is burning off as the gravel crunches beneath my feet on my way toward the riders and cadets. The massive courtyard, which could easily fit 1,000 riders, is just like the map in the archives recorded. Shaped like an angular teardrop, the rounded end is formed by a giant outer wall at least 10 feet thick. Along the sides are stone halls. I know the 4-story building carved in the mountain with the rounded end is for academics. And the one on the right, towering above the cliff, is the dorms, where Dane just took me. The imposing rotunda linking the two buildings also serves as the entrance to the gathering hall, commons, and library beneath it. I quit gawking and turn to the courtyard to face the outer wall. There's a stone dais on the right side of the parapet, occupied by 2 uniformed men I recognize as the commandant and executive commandant, both in full military dress, their medals winking in the sunlight. It takes me a few minutes to find Rhiannon in the growing crowd, talking to another girl whose jet black hair is cut just as short as Dane's. There you are. Rhiannon's smile is genuine and full of relief. I was worried. Is everything... She lifts her eyebrows. I'm good to go. I nod and turn toward the other woman as Rhiannon introduces us. Her name is Tara, and she's from the Moraine province in the north, along the coast of the Emerald Sea. She has the same air of confidence Mira does, and her eyes dance with excitement as she and Rhiannon talk about how they're both obsessed over dragons since childhood. I pay attention, but only enough to recall details as we need to form an alliance. An hour passes, then another, according to the Bezgaeth bells, which we can hear from there. Then the last of the cadets walks into the courtyard, followed by the 3 riders from the other turret. Xaden is among them. It's not just his height that makes him stand out in this crowd, but the way the other riders all seem to move around him like he's a shark, and they're all fish giving him a wide berth. For a second, I can't help but wonder what his signet is, the unique power from the bond with his dragon. And if that's why even the third years seem to scurry out of his way as he strides up to the dais with a lethal grace. There are 10 of them in total up there now, and from the way Commandant Pancheck moves to the front, facing us. I think we're about to start, I say to Rhiannon and Tara as they both turn to face the dais. Everyone does. 301 of you survived the parapet to become candidates today. Commandant Pancheck starts with a politician's smile, gesturing toward us. The guy has always talked with his hands. Good job. 67 did not. My chest clenches as my brain spins the calculation quickly. Almost 20%. Why, was it the rain? The wind? That's more than average. 67 people died trying to get here. I've heard this position is just a stepping stone for him. Bleh. I heard this position is just a stepping stone for him, Tara whispers. He wants Sorengale's job, then General Melgren's. The commanding general of all Navarre's forces, Melgren's beady eyes have always made me shrivel every time we met during my mother's career. General Melgren's? Rhiannon whispers from my other side. He'll never get it, I say quietly as the commandant welcomes us to the Rider's Quadrant. Melgren's dragon gives him the signet ability to see a battle's outcome before it happens. There's no beating that, and you can't be assisted if you know it's coming. Or you can't be assassinated if you know it's coming. Bleh. As the Codex says, now you begin the true crucible, Henchek shouts, his voice carrying over the 500 of us I estimate are in this courtyard. You will be tested by your superiors, haunted by your peers, and guided by your instincts. If you survive to threshing, and if you are chosen, you will be writers. Then we'll see how many of you make it to graduation. Statistics say about a quarter of us will live to graduate, give or take a few on any year. Sorry. And yet the Writers' Quadrant is never short volunteers. Every candidate in this courtyard thinks they have what it takes to be one of the elite. The very best Navarre has to offer, a dragon rider. I can't help but wonder for the smallest of seconds if maybe I do too. Maybe I can do more than just survive. Your instructors will teach you, Penchek promises, his hands sweeping to the line of the professors standing at the doors to the academic wing. It's up to you how well you learn. He swings his pointer finger at us. Discipline falls to your units, and your wing leader is the last word. If I have to get involved, a slow, sinister smile spreads across his face. You don't want me to get involved. With that said, I'll leave you to your wing leaders. My best advice? Don't die. He walks off the dais with the executive commandant, leaving only the writers on the stone stage. A brunette woman with the wide shoulders and a scarred sneer stalks forward, the silver spikes on the shoulder of her uniform flashing in the sunlight. I'm Nira, the senior wing leader of the quadrant and the head of the first wing. Section leaders and squad leaders, take your positions now. Sorry. My shoulder is jolted as someone walks by, pushing between Rhiannon and me. Others follow suit until there are 50 people in front of us, spaced out in formation. Sections and squads. Sections and squads, I whisper to Rhiannon, in case she didn't know. Didn't grow up in the military family. 3 squads in each section, and 3 sections in each of the 4 wings. Thank you, Rhiannon answers. Dane stands in the section for second wing, facing me but averting his eyes. First squad, claw section, first wing, Nira calls out. A man closer to the dais raises his hand. Cadets, when your name is called, take up formation behind your squad leader, Nira instructs. The redhead with a crossbow rolls steps forward and begins calling names. One by one, cadets move from the crowd to the formation, and I keep count, making snap judgments based off clothing and arrogance. It looks like each squad will have about 15 or 16 people in it. Jack is called into flame section of first wing. Tara is called into tail section, and soon they start on second wing. I let loose a thankful sigh when the wing leader steps forward and it isn't Xaden. Rhiannon and I are both called to second squad, flame section, second wing. We get into formation quickly, lining up in a square. A quick glance tells me that we have a squad leader, Dane, who isn't looking at me. A female executive squad leader, 4 riders who look like they might be second or third years, and 9 first years. One of the riders with 2 stars on her uniform and half-shaved, half-pink hair has a rebellion relic that winds around her forearm, from the wrist up to above her elbow, where it disappears under her uniform. But I look away so she won't catch me staring. We're silent as the rest of the wings are called. The sun is out in full now, beating into my leathers and scorching my skin. I told him not to keep you in that library. Mom's words from this morning haunt me. But it's not like I could have prepared for this. I have exactly 2 shades when it comes to the sun, pale and burned. When the order sounds, we all turn to face the dais. I turn to keep my gaze on the roll keeper, but my eyes jerk right like the traitors they are, and my pulse leaps. Xaden watches me with a cold, calculating look that feels like he's plotting my death from where he stands as the wing leader for 4th wing. I lift my chin. He cocks a scarred eyebrow. Then he says something to 2nd wing's wing leader. And then every wing leader joins in on what's obviously a heated discussion. What do you think they're talking about? Rhiannon whispers. Quiet, Dane hisses. My spine stiffens. I can't expect him to be my Dane here, not under these circumstances, but still, the tone is jarring. Whew. Finally, the wing leaders turn around to face us, and the slight tilt of Xaden's lip makes me instantly queasy. Dane Atos, you and your squad will switch with Aura Banehaven's near orders. Wait, what? Who's Aura Banehaven? Dane nods, then turns to us. Follow me, he says at once, then strides through formation, leaving us to scurry after him. We pass another squad on the way from the very breath freezes in my lungs. We're moving to 4th wing, Xaden's wing. It takes a minute, maybe 2, and we take our place in the new formation. I force myself to breathe. There's a fucking smirk on Xaden's arrogant, handsome face. I'm now entirely at his mercy, a subordinate to his chain of command. He can punish me however he likes for the slightest infraction, even imaginary ones. Naira looks at Xaden as she finishes assignments, and he nods, stepping forward and finally breaking our staring contest. I'm pretty sure he won, considering my heart is galloping like a runaway horse. Bleh. You're all cadets now, Xaden's voice carries out over the courtyard, stronger than the others. Take a look at your squad. These are the only people guaranteed by the Codex not to kill you. But just because they can't end your life doesn't mean others won't. You want a dragon? Earn one. Most of the others cheer, but I keep my mouth shut. 67 people fell or died in some way today. 67, just like Dylan, whose parents would either collect their bodies or watch them be buried at the foot of the mountain under a simple stone. I can't force myself to cheer for their loss. Xaden's eyes find mine, and my stomach clenches before he looks away. And I bet you feel pretty badass right now. Don't you, first years? Sorry, reposition myself. More cheers. You feel invincible after the parapet, don't you? Zayden shouts. You think you're untouchable. You're on the way to becoming the elite, the few, the chosen. Another round of cheers goes up with each declaration louder and louder. No, that's not cheering. That's the sound of wings beating the air into submission. Oh gods, they're beautiful, Rhiannon whispers at my side as they come into view. A riot of dragons. I've spent my life around dragons, but always from a distance. They don't tolerate humans they haven't chosen. But these 8, they're flying straight for us, at speed. Just when I think they're about to fly overhead, they pitch vertically, whip the air with their huge, semi-translucent wings, and stop. The gust of wing-made wind so powerful that I nearly staggered backwards as they land on the outer semicircular wall. Their chest scales ripple with movement, and their razor-sharp talons dig into the edge of the wall on either side. And I understand why the walls are 10 feet... Now I understand why the walls are 10 feet thick and not a barrier. The edge of the fortress is a damned perch. My mouth drops open. In my 5 years of living here, I've never seen this. But then again, I've never been allowed to watch what happens on conscription day. A few cadets scream. Guess everyone wants to be a dragon rider until they're actually 20 feet away from one. Steam blasts my face as the navy blue one directly in front of me exhales through its wide nostrils. Its glistening blue horns rise above its head in an elegant, lethal sweep, and its wings flare momentarily before tucking in the tip of their top joint, crowned by a single fierce talon. Their tails are just as fatal, but I can't see them at this angle or even tell which breed of dragon each is without that clue. All are deadly. We're going to have to bring the masons in again, Dane mutters, as chunks of rocks crumble under the dragon's grips, crashing to the courtyard in boulders the size of my torso. There are 3 dragons in various shades of red, 2 shades of green, and, like Tyne, Mira's dragon, 1 brown like bombs, 1 orange, and the enormous navy one ahead of me. They're all massive, overshadowing the structure of the citadel as they narrow their golden eyes at us in absolute judgment. If they didn't need us puny humans to develop signet abilities from bonding and weave the protective wards they power around Navarre, I'm pretty sure they'd eat us all and be done. But they like protecting the Vale, the valley behind Basgiath, the dragons call home. From merciless griffins, and we like living. So here we are in the most unlikely of partnerships. My heart threatens to beat out of my chest, and I absolutely agree with it because I'd like to run too. Just thinking that I'm supposed to ride one of these is fucking ludicrous. A cadet bolts out of third wing, screaming as if he makes a run for the stone keep behind us. We all turn to look as he sprints for the giant arched door at the center. I can almost see the words carved into the arch from here, but I already know them by heart. A dragon without its rider is a tragedy. A rider without its dragon is dead. Welcome to the front. I'm kidding. Sorry. Once bonded, riders can't live without their dragons, but most dragons can live just fine after us. It's why they choose carefully so they're not humiliated by picking a coward, not that a dragon would ever admit to making a mistake. The red dragon on the left opens its vast mouth, revealing teeth as big as I am. That jaw could crush me if it wanted, like a grape. Fire erupts along its tongue, then shoots outward in a macabre blaze towards the fleeing cadet. He's a pile of ash on the gravel before he can even make it to the shadow of the 68 dead. Heat from the flames blasts the side of my face as I jerk my attention forward. If anyone else runs and is likewise executed, I don't want to see it. More screaming sounds around me. I lock my jaw as hard as I can to keep quiet. There are 2 more gusts of heat, one to my left and then another to my right. Make that 70. The Navy dragon seems to tilt its head at me, as if its narrowed golden eyes can see straight through me to the fear fisting my stomach, and the doubt curled insidiously around my heart. I bet it can even see the rat binding my knee. I know I'm at a disadvantage, but I'm too small to climb its foreleg and mount, too frail to ride. Dragons always know. But I will not run. I wouldn't be standing here if I'd quit every time something seemed impossible to overcome. I will not die today. The words repeat in my head, just like they had before the parapet and on it. I force my shoulders back and lift my chin. The dragon blinks, which might be a sign of approval or boredom, and looks away. Anyone else feel like changing their mind? Xaden shouts, scanning the remaining rows of cadets with the same shrewd gaze of the navy blue dragon behind him. No? Excellent. Roughly half of you will be dead by this time next summer. The formation is silent except for a few untimely sobs from my left. A third of you will gain a third of you again the year after, and the same your last year. So no one cares who your mommy or daddy is here. Even King Turi's second son died during his threshing. So tell me again, do you feel invincible now that you've made it into the Riders Quadrant? Untouchable? Elite? No one cheers. Another blast of heat rushes, this time directly at my face, and every muscle in my body clenches, preparing for incineration. But it's not flames, just steam, and it blows back Rhiannon's braids as the dragon finishes their simultaneous exhale. The breaches on the first year ahead of me darken, the color spreading down his legs. They want us scared. Mission accomplished. Because you're not untouchable or special to them. Xaden points towards the Navy Dragon and the Navy Dragon leans forward slightly, like he's letting us in on a secret as we lock eyes. To them, you're just prey. Alright, that is the end of chapter 3. Boop, 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 boop. That is... Alright, I'm going to take another little 5-ish minute break here, and we'll come back with chapter 4, guys. Alright. Now, let's get into Chapter 4. I think in about 15 minutes I will have to change my music over, though. Alright. Elena Sosa. Bride in Blackburn. Captain Fitzgibbons reads from the death roll, flanked by 2 other scribes on the dais as we stand in silent formation in the courtyard, squinting into the early sun. This morning, we're all in Rider Black, and there's a single silver 4-pointed star on my collarbone, that the mark of the first year, and a 4th wing patch on my left shoulder. We were issued standard uniforms yesterday: summer weight, tight-fitted tunics, pants, and accessories after parapet was over, but not flight leathers. There's no point handing out the thicker, more protective combat uniforms when half of us won't be around come threshing in October. The armored corset Mira made me isn't regulation, but I fit right in amongst the hundreds of modified uniforms around me. After the last 24 hours and one night in the first floor barracks, I'm starting to realize that this quadrant is a strange mix of we might die tomorrow, hedonism, and brutal efficiency in the name of the same reason. Jace Sutherland. Captain Fitzgibbons continues to read as the scribes next to him shift their weight. Dougal Luperco. Speaking of shifting, wait. I think we're somewhere in the 50s, but I lost count when we read when he read Dylan's name a few minutes ago. But this is the only memorial the names will get. The only time they'll be spoken of in the Citadel, so I tried to concentrate. To commit each name to memory, but there's just too many. My skin is agitated from wearing the armor all night, like Mira suggested, and my knee aches. But I resist the urge to bend down and adjust the wrap I managed to put on in the non-existent privacy of my bunk in the first year barracks before anyone else woke up. There are 156 of us in the first floor of the dormitory building, our beds positioned in 4 neat rows in the open space. Even though Jack Barlow was put in the third floor dorms, I'm not about to see any of them see my weakness. Not until I know who I can trust. Private rooms are like flight leathers. You don't get one until you survive threshing. Simone Castaneda. Mother fudger. Stop it. Captain Fitzgibbons closes the scroll. We command their souls to Malik, the god of death. I blink. Guess we were closer to the end than I thought. There's no formal conclusion to the formation, no last moment of silence. The names on the scroll leave the dais with the scribes, and the quiet is broken as the squad leaders all turn and begin to address their squads. Hopefully you all ate breakfast because you're not going to get another chance before lunch, Dane says, his eyes meeting mine for the span of a heartbeat before he glances away, feigning indifference. He's good at pretending he doesn't know you, Rhiannon whispers at my side. He is. I reply just as softly. A smile tugs at the corners of my mouth, but I keep my expression as bland as possible as I soak in the sight of him. The sun plays in his sandy brown hair, and when he turns his head, I see a scar peeking from his beard along his chin I'd somehow missed yesterday. Second and third years, I'm assuming you know where to go. Dane continues as the scribes wind their way around the edge of the courtyard to my right, headed back to their quadrant. I ignore the tiny voice inside me protesting that it was supposed to be my quadrant. Lingering on what could have been isn't going to help me survive to see tomorrow's sunrise. There's a mutter of agreement when the senior cadets ahead of us, as first years, we're in the back 2 rows of the little square that makes up the second squad. First years, at least one of you should have memorized your academic schedule when it was handed out yesterday. Dane's voice booms over us, and it's hard to reconcile this stern-faced, serious leader with the funny, grinning guy I've always known. Stick together. I expect you all to be alive when we meet this afternoon in the sparring gym. Fuck, I'd almost forgotten that we're sparring today. We only have the gym twice a week. So as long as I can get through today's session unscathed, I'm in the clear for another couple of days. At least I have some time to get my feet under me before we'll have to handle the gauntlet. The terrifying vertical obstacle course they told us we'll have to master when the leaves turn colors in 2 months. If we can complete the final gauntlet, we'll walk through the natural box canyon above it that leads to the flight field for presentation, where this year's dragons willing to bond will get their first look at the remaining cadets. First 2 days after that, threshing will occur in the valley beneath the citadel. Sorry, my mic made my stuff fall over. I glance around at my new squad mates and can't help but wonder which of us, if any, will make it to the flight field, let alone that valley. Don't borrow tomorrow's trouble. And if we're not, the smart-ass first year behind me asks. I don't bother looking, but Rhiannon does, rolling her eyes as she turns back forward. Then I won't have to be concerned with learning your name, since it will be read off tomorrow morning. Dane answers with a shrug. The second year ahead of me snorts a laugh, the movement jingling 2 small hoop earrings in her left lobe, and the pink-haired one stays silent. Sawyer? Dane looks at the first year to my left. I'll get them there. The tall, weary cadet whose light complexion is covered with a smattering of freckles answers with a tight nod. His freckled jaw ticks and my chest pangs with sympathy. He's one of the repeats, a cadet who didn't bond during threshing and now has to start the entire year over. Get going, Dane orders with and our squad breaks apart around the same time the others do, transforming the courtyard from an orderly formation to a crowd of chattering cadets. The second and third years walk off in another direction, including Dane. We have about 20 minutes to get to class, Sawyer shouts at the 8 of us first years. 4th floor, second room on the left in the academic wing. Get your shit and don't be late. He doesn't bother waiting to confirm we've heard him before he heads off towards the dormitory. That has to be hard, Rhiannon says as we follow the crowd toward the dorms. Being set back and having to do this all over again? Better than being dead, the smartass says, as he pauses, or passes us on the right, his dark brown hair flopping against the brown skin of his forehead with every step the shorter cadet takes. His name is Riddick, if I remember correctly, from the brief introduction we went through before dinner last night. That's true, I reply, as we head into the bottleneck that's formed at the door. Give me 1 second, I gotta breathe. I overheard a third year say when a first year survives threshing unbonded, the quadrant lets them repeat the year and try again if they want. Rhiannon adds, and I can't help but wonder how much determination it would take to survive your first year and then be willing to repeat it just for the chance you might one day become a writer. You could just as easily die the second time around. A bird whistles to the left, and I look over the crowd, my heart leaping because I immediately recognize the tone. Dane. The call sounds again, and I narrow it down to somewhere near the door to the rotunda. He's standing at the top of the wide staircase, and the second our eyes lock, he motions toward the door with a subtle nod. I start saying to Rhiannon, but she's already followed my line of sight. I'll grab your stuff and meet you there. It's under your bunk, right? She asks, You don't mind? Your bunk is next to mine, Violet. It's not a hassle. Go. She gives me a conspiratorial smile and shoulder bumps me. Thank you. I smile quickly, then wade across the crowd until I break free at the edge. Lucky for me, there aren't many cadets heading into the commons, which means there aren't any eyes on me once I slip inside one of the 4 giant doors of the rotunda. My legs pull in a sharp breath. It looks like the renderings I've seen in the archives. But there is no drawing, no artistic medium that can capture just how overwhelming the space is, how exquisite every detail. The rotunda might be the most beautiful piece of architecture not only in the Citadel, but in all of Besgaeth. The room is 3 stories tall, from its polished marble floors to the domed glass ceiling that filters in the soft morning light. To the left are 2 massive arched doors to the academic wing, echoed by the same on the right, leading to the dorms. And up a half-dozen steps, there are 4 doorways in front of me that open into the gathering hall. Equally spaced around the rotunda, shimmering in their various colors of red, green, brown, orange, blue, and black, stand 6 daunting marble pillars carved into dragons, as if they'd come crashing down from the ceiling above. There's enough room between the snarling mouths at the base of each to fit at least 4 squads in the center. But it's empty right now. I pass by the first dragon, chiseled from a dark red marble, and a hand grips my elbow, pulling me back behind the pillar, where there's a gap between the claw and the wall. It's just me. Dane's voice is low and quiet as he turns me to face him. Tension radiates from every line of his face. I figured, since you were the one bird calling me. I grinned, shaking my head. He's been using that signal since we were kids, living near the Crovlin border, while our parents were stationed there with the Southern Wing. His brow furrows as his gaze scans me over, no doubt looking for new injuries. We only have a few minutes before this place is packed. How's your knee? It hurts, but I'll live. I've had far worse injuries, and we both know it. But there's no use telling me to relax when he's obviously not going to. No one tried to screw with you last night? Concern creases his forehead, and I fold my arms to keep from soothing the lines with my fingers. His worry sits on my chest like a stone. Would it be so bad if they did? I tense, forcing my smile to widen. He drops his arms to his sides and sighs so hard the sound echoes in the rotunda. You know that's not what I meant, Violet. No one tried to kill me last night, Dane, or even hurt me. I lean back against the wall and take some weight off my knee. Pretty sure we were all too tired and relieved to be alive to start slaughtering one another. The barracks fell quiet pretty quickly after lights out. There was something to be said for the emotional exhaustion of the day. And you ate, right? I know they usher you out of the dorms fast when the bells chime for 6. I ate with the rest of the first years, and before you even think about lecturing me, I rewrapped my knee under my covers and had my hair braided before the bells sounded. I've been keeping scribe hours for years, Dane. They're up an hour early. It makes me want to volunteer for breakfast duty, actually. He glances at the tight, silver-tipped braid I've pinned into a bun against the darker hair near the crown of my head. You should cut it. Don't start with me, I shake my head. There's a reason women keep it short here, Vi. The second someone gets a hold of your hair in the sparring ring, my hair is the least of my concerns in the sparring ring, I retort, his eyes widen. I'm just trying to keep you safe. You're lucky I didn't shove you into Captain Fitzgibbon's hands this morning and beg him to take you out of here. I ignore the bluster of a threat. We're wasting time, and there's one piece of information I need from Dane. Why was our squad moved from 2nd wing to 4th wing yesterday? Sorry, I had to restart my music there. He stiffens and looks away. Tell me. I need to know if I'm reading into a situation that doesn't exist. Fuck. He mutters, ripping his hands over his hair. Zayden Ryerson wants you dead. It's common knowledge among the leadership cadre after yesterday. Nope, not overreacting. He moved the squad so he has a direct line. He moved the squad so he has a direct line to me, so he can do whatever he wants and no one will question a thing. I'm his revenge against my mother. My heart doesn't even jump at the confirmation of what I already knew. That's what I thought. I just needed to be sure my imagination wasn't running away from me. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Dane steps forward and cups my face, his thumb stroking over my cheekbone. In a soothing motion, there's not much you can do. I push off the wall, stepping out of his reach. I have to get to class. Already there are a few voices echoing in the rotunda as cadets pass through. His jaw works for a second, and the lines are back between his eyebrows. Just do your best to keep a low profile, especially when you're in the battle brief. Not like the colors in your hair don't give you away, but that's the one class the entire quadrant takes. I'll see if one of the 2nd years can stand guard. No one is going to assassinate me during history. I roll my eyes. Academics are the one place I don't have to worry. What is Naden going to do? Pull me out of class and run me through with a sword in the middle of the hallway? Or do you honestly think he'll stab me in the middle of battle brief? I wouldn't put it past him. He's fucking ruthless, Violet. Do you think his dragon, or why do you think his dragon chose him? The navy blue one who landed behind the dais yesterday? My stomach twists, the way those golden eyes assessed me. Dane nods. Sigale is a blue dagger tail, and she's vicious. He swallows. Don't get me wrong. Kath is a nasty piece of work when he gets riled. All red swordtails are, but even most dragons steer clear of Sigale. I stare at Dane, but the scar that defines his jaw and the hard set of his eyes that are familiar and yet not. What? What? He asks. The voices around us grow louder, and there are more footsteps coming and going. You bonded a dragon? You have powers I don't even know about. You open doors with magic. You're a squad leader. I say the sentences slowly, hoping they'll sink in, that I'll truly grasp how much he's changed. It's just hard to wrap my head around you still being Dane. And I'm still me. His posture softens, and he lifts the short sleeve of his tunic, revealing the relic of a red dragon on his shoulder. I just have this now. And as for the powers, Kath channels a pretty significant amount of magic compared to some of the other dragons. But I'm nowhere near adept at it yet. I haven't changed that much. As for lesser magic powered through the bond of my relic, I can do the typical stuff like open doors, crank up my speed, and power ink pens instead of using those inconvenient quills. What's your signet power? Every writer can do lesser magic once their dragon begins channeling power to them, but the signet is the unique ability that stands out. The strongest skill that results from each unique bond between dragon and writer. Some writers have the same signets: fire wielding, ice wielding, and water wielding. Uh, are just a few of the most common signet powers, all useful in battle. Then there are signets that make a writer extraordinary. My mother can wield the power of storms. Melgren can see the outcome of battles. I can't help but wonder what Zayden's signet is, and if he'll use it to kill me when I least expect it. I can read a person's recent memories, Dane admits quietly. Not like an intrinsic reads minds or anything. I have to put my hands on the person, so I'm not a security risk. But my signet's not common knowledge. I think they'll use me in intelligence. He points to the compass patch beneath his fourth wing one on his shoulder. Wearing that sigil indicates that a signet is too classified. I just didn't notice it yesterday. No way, I smile, taking a calming breath as I remember Zayden's uniform didn't have any patches on it. He nods, as excited, smile, sorry. Ugh. He nods, and an excited smile shaping his mouth. I'm still learning, and of course I'm better at it the closer I am to Kath, but yeah. I just put my hands on someone's temples, and I can see what they saw. It's incredible. That signet will more than set Dane apart. It will make him one of the most vulnerable interrogation tools we have. And you say you haven't changed. I have tease. This place can warp almost everything about a person, Vi. It cuts away the bullshit and the niceties, revealing whoever you are at your core. They want it that way. They want it to serve your previous bonds, so your loyalty, or to sever your previous bonds, so your loyalty is to your wing. It's one of the many reasons that first years aren't allowed to correspond with their family and friends. Otherwise, I would have written you. But a year doesn't change that I still think of you as my best friend. I'm still Dane. And this time, next year, you will still be Violet. We will still be us. If I'm still alive. I joke as the bells ring. I have to get to class. Yeah, and I'm going to be late to the flight field. He motions towards the edge of the pillar. Look, Ryerson is still a wing leader. He'll be after you, but he'll find a way to do it within the rules of the codex, at least when people are watching. His cheeks flush, really good friends with Amber Mavis, the current wing leader for Third Wing, last year, and I'm telling you, the codex is sacred to them. Now, you go first. I'll see you in the sparring gym. He smiles reassuringly. I'll see you. I smile back and turn on my heel, walking around the base of the massive pillar into the semi-crowded rotunda. There's a couple dozen cadets in here walking from one building to another, and it takes a second to get my bearings. I spot the academic doors between the orange and black pillars and start that way, blending into the crowd. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up as a chill races down my spine as I cross the center of the rotunda. Then my steps halt. Cadets move around me, but my eyes are drawn upward, toward the top of the steps that lead to the gathering hall. Oh shit. Xaden Ryerson is watching me, with narrowed eyes. The sleeves of his uniform rolled up his massive arms that remained folded across his chest. The warning in his relic-covered arm on full display as a third year next to him says something that he blatantly ignores. My heart jumps and lodges in my throat. There's maybe 20 feet between us. My fingers twitch, maybe to grab one of the blades sheathed at my ribs. Is this where he'll do it? In the middle of the rotunda? The marble floor is gray, so it shouldn't be that hard for the staff to get the blood out. His head tilts, and he studies me with those impossibly dark eyes, like he's decided where I'm most vulnerable. I should run, right? But at least I can see him coming if I hold this position. His attention shifts, glancing to my right and he lifts a single brow at me. My stomach pitches as Dane emerges from behind the pillar. What are you? Dane starts as he reaches me, his brow furrowed in confusion. Top of the steps, fourth door, I hissed, interrupting him. Dane's gaze snaps up as the crowd thins out around us, and he mutters a curse, not so subtly stepping closer to me. Fewer people mean fewer witnesses, but I'm not foolish enough to think Xaden won't kill me in front of the whole quadrant if he wants. I already knew your parents are tight, Xaden calls out, a cruel smile tilting his lips. But do you two have to be so fucking obvious? The few cadets who are still in the rotunda turn to look at us. Let me guess, Xaden continues, glancing between Dane and me. Childhood friends! First loves, even? He can't hurt you without cause, right? I whisper, without cause, and calling a quorum of wing leaders because you're a squad leader? Article 4, Section 3? Correct, Dane answers, not bothering to lower his voice. But you're not. I expected you to do a better job of hiding where your affections lie, Atos. Xaden moves, walking down the steps. Shit. Run, Violet, Dane orders me. Now, I bolt. Alright. That is the end of chapter 5. 1 second, while I move my stuff down. Alright. I will be back in a little bit to finish chapter or to start chapter 5. I'm going to add, for anybody who is here, I'm going to take a little bit longer of a break. I am starving. I'm going to get something quick to eat. So sorry that break took longer than planned. That took more than 10 minutes. Yeah, sorry, I was hungry and then the little one wanted to eat, so yeah. Anywho, this is all right. All right, so let's start with chapter 5. Almost done, guys. All right. Chapter 5. Welcome to your first battle brief, Professor Deborah says, from the recessed floor of the enormous lecture hall in the morning. A bright purple flame section patch on her shoulder, matching her short hair perfectly. This is the only class held in the circular tiered room that curves the entire end of the academic hall, and one of the only 2 rooms in the Citadel capable of fitting every cadet. Every creaky wooden seat is full, and the senior 3rd years are standing against the wall behind us, but we all fit. It's a far cry from history last hour, where there were only 3 squads of 1st years, but at least the first years in our squad were all seated together. Now if I could only remember all their names. Riddick is easy to remember. He cracked wise-ass comments all through history. Hopefully he knows better than to try the same in here, though Professor Deborah isn't the joking kind. In the past, writers have seldom been called into service before graduation. Professor Deborah continues, her mouth tensing as she paces slowly in front of a 20-foot-high map of the continent mounted to the back wall that's intricately labeled with our defensive outpost along our borders. Dozens of mage lights illuminate the space, more than making up for the lack of windows and reflecting off the long sword she keeps strapped to her back. And if they were always 3rd years who'd spent time shadowing forward wings, but we expect you to graduate with the full knowledge of what we're up against. It's not about just knowing where every wing is stationed either. She takes her time making eye contact with every 1st year she sees. The rank on her shoulder says captain, but I know she'll be a major before she leaves her rotation teaching here, given the medals pinned to her chest. You need to understand the politics of our enemies, the strategies of defending our outposts from constant attack, and have a thorough knowledge of both recent and current battles. If you cannot grasp these basic topics, then you have no business on the back of a dragon. She arches a black brow, a few shades darker than her deep brown skin. No pressure, Rhiannon mutters at my side, furiously taking notes. We'll be fine, I promise her in a whisper. 3rd years have only been sent to Midland Post as reinforcements, never the front. I'd keep my ears open around my mother enough to know that much. Is this the only class you will have every day? This is the only class you will have every day, because it's the only class that will matter if you're called into service early. Professor Deborah's gaze sweeps from left to right and pauses on me. Her eyes flare wide for a heartbeat, but she gives an approving smile and nod before moving on. Because this class is taught every day and relies on the most current information, you will also answer to Professor Markham, who deserves nothing but your utmost respect. She waves the scribe forward, and he moves to stand next to her, the cream color of his uniform contrasting with her stark black one. He leans in when she whispers something to him, and his thick eyebrows fly high as he whips his head in my direction. There's no approving smile when the colonel's weary eyes find mine, only a sigh that fills my chest with heavy sorrow when I hear it. I was supposed to be his star pupil in the scribe quadrant, his crowning achievement before he retires. How absolutely ironic that I am now the least likely to succeed in this one. It is the duty of the scribes not only to study and master the past, but to relay and record the present, he says, rubbing the bridge of his bulbous nose after finally tearing his disappointing gaze from mine. Without accurate depictions of our front lines, reliable information with which to make strategic decisions, and, most importantly, vicarious details to document our history for the good of future generations, we're doomed. Not only as a kingdom, but as a society. Which is exactly why I have always wanted to be a scribe. Not that it matters now. First topic of the day, Professor Devereux moves toward the map and flicks her hand, bringing the mage light directly over the eastern border with the Promial province of Breivik. The Eastern Wing experienced an attack last night near the village of Chakir by a drift of Bravey griffins and riders. Oh shit. A murmur rips through the hall, and I dip my quill into the ink pot on the desk in front of me so I can take notes. I can't wait. Can take notes. I can't wait to channel, so I don't. I can use the type of converted pens Mom keeps on her desk. A smile curves my lips. There could definitely be perks to being a writer. There will be. Naturally, some information is redacted for security purposes, but what we will tell you is that the wards faltered along the top of the Espen Mountains. Professor Devereux pulls her hands apart, and the light expands, illuminating the mountains that form our borders with Breivik, allowing the drift not only to enter Navarian territory for their riders to channel but for their riders to channel and wield sometime around midnight. My stomach sinks as a murmur rides from the cadets, especially the first years. Dragons aren't the only animals capable of channeling powers to the riders. Griffins from Promial also share the ability, but dragons are the only ones capable of powering the wards that make all other magic but their own impossible within our borders. They're the reason Navarre's borders are somewhat circular. Their power radiates from the Veil and can only extend so far, even with squads stationed at every outpost. Without those wards, we're fucked. It would be open season on Navarian villages when the riding parties from Promial inevitably descend. Those greedy assholes are never content with the resources they have. They always want ours too. And until they learn to be content with our trade agreements, we have no chance of ending conscription in Navarre. No chance of experiencing peace. But if we're not on high alert, then they must have gotten the wards rewoven, or at least stabilized. 37 civilians were killed in the attack in the hour before a squad from the Eastern Wing could arrive. But the riders and dragons managed to repel the drift. Professor Tavera finishes, folding her arms over her chest. Based on that information, what questions would you ask? She holds up a finger. I only want answers from first years to start. My initial question would be why the hell the wards faltered, but it's not like they're going to answer a question like that in a room full of cadets with 0 security clearance. I study the map. The Espen Mountains range is the highest along our eastern border with Breivik, making it the least likely place for an attack, especially since griffins don't tolerate altitude nearly as well as dragons. Probably due to the fact that they are half lion, half eagle, and can't handle the thinner air at higher altitudes. There's a reason we've been able to fend off every major assault on our territory for the last 600 years, and we've successfully defended our land in this never-ending 400-year-long war. Our abilities, both lesser and signet, are superior because our dragons can channel more power than griffins. So why attack in that mountain range? What caused the wards to falter there? Come on, first years, show me you have more than just good balance. Show me you have the critical thinking skills to be here, Professor Devera demands. It's more important that than ever that you're ready for what's beyond our borders. Is this the first time the wards have faltered? A first year, a couple of rows ahead asks. Professor Devera and Markham share a look before she turns towards the cadet. No. My heart jolts into my throat, and the room falls pin drop quiet. It's not the first time. The girl clears her throat. And how often are they faltering? Professor Markham's shrewd eyes narrow on her. That's above your pay grade, cadet. He turns his attention to our section. Next relevant question to the attack we're discussing. How many casualties did the wings suffer? A first year down the row to my right asks. 1 injured dragon, 1 dead rider. Another murmur rises from the hall. Surviving graduation doesn't mean we'll survive service. Statistically, most riders die before retirement age, especially at the rate riders have been falling over the last 2 years. Why would you ask that particular question? Professor Devera asks the cadet. To know how many reinforcements they'll need, he answers. Professor Devera nods, turning toward Prior, the meekest first year in our squad, who has his hand up, but he lowers it quickly, scrunching his dark eyebrows. Did you want to ask a question? Yes, he nods, sending a few locks of black hair into his eyes, then shakes his head. No, never mind. So decisive. Luca, the chatty first year in our squad. I'll do just about anything to avoid, mocked from next to him. Tilting her head as cadets laugh around them. A corner of her mouth tilts up into a smirk, and she flips her long brown hair over her shoulder in a move that's anything but casual. Like me, she's one of the few women in the quadrant who didn't cut her hair. I envy her confidence that it won't be used against her, but not her attitude. And I've known her less than a day. He's in our squad. Ariel, at least I think that's her name, chastises her no-nonsense black eyes narrowing on Luca. Show some loyalty. Please, no dragon is bonding to a guy who can't even decide if he wants to ask a question. And did you see him at breakfast this morning? He held the entire lineup because he couldn't choose between bacon or sausage. Luca rolls her kohl-rimmed eyes. If Fourth Wing is done picking on one another, Professor Devera asks, lifting a brow, ask what altitude the village is at, I whispered to Rhiannon. What? Her brow furrows. Just ask, I reply, trying to keep Dane's advice in mind. I swear I can feel him staring at the back of my neck from 7 rows behind me, and I'm not going to turn and look, not when I know Zayden's up there somewhere too. What altitude is the village at? Rhiannon asks. Professor Devera's eyebrows raise as she turns to Rhiannon. Markham? A little less than 10,000 feet, he answers. Why? Rhiannon darts a dose of side-eye at me and clears her throat. Just seems a little high for a planned attack with griffins. Good job, I whispered. It is a little high for a planned attack, Devera says. Why don't you tell me, why that's bothersome, Cadet Sorengale? And maybe you'd like to ask your own questions from here on out? She levels a stare on me that has me squirming in my seat. Every head in the room turns in my direction. If anyone had an inkling of doubt about who I am, it's long gone now. Awesome. Griffins aren't as strong at that altitude, and neither is their ability to channel, I say. It's an illogical place for them to attack unless they knew the wards would fail, especially since the village looks to be about, an hour's flight from the nearest outpost? I glance at the map to be sure I'm not making a fool of myself. That is Chakir right there, isn't it? Scribe's training for the win. It is. A corner of Professor Devara's mouth lifts into a smirk. Keep going with that line of thought. Wait a second. Didn't you say it took an hour for the squad of riders to arrive? My gaze narrows. I did. She looks at me with expectation. Then then they were already on their way, I blurt, immediately recognizing how silly that sounds. My cheeks heat as a mumble of laughter sounds around me. Yeah, because that makes sense. Jack turns around in his seat from the front row and openly laughs at me. General Melgren knows the outcome of a battle before it happens, but even he doesn't know when it will happen, dumbass. I feel the chuckling of my classmates reverberate in my bones. I want to crawl under this ridiculous desk and disappear. Fuck off, Barlow, Rhiannon snaps. I'm not the one who thinks precognition is a thing. He retorts with a sneer. Gods, help us if that one ever gets on the back of a dragon. Another round of laughs has my neck flaming too. Why do you think that, Violet? Professor Markham winces. Cadet Sorengale. Because there's no logical way that they get there within an hour of the attack unless they were already on their way, I argue, shooting a glare at Jack. Fuck him and his laughter. I might be weaker than he is, but I'm a hell of a lot smarter. It would take at least half that long to light the beacons in the range and call for help, and no full squad is sitting around just waiting to be needed. More than half those riders would have been asleep, which means they were already on their way. And why would they already be on their way? Professor Devera prods, and the light in her eyes tells me I'm right, giving me the confidence to take my train of thought a step further. Because they somehow knew the wards were breaking. I lift my chin, simultaneously hoping I'm right and praying to Dune, the goddess of war, that I'm wrong. That's the most, Jack starts. She's right, Professor Devera interrupts, and a hush falls over the room. One of the dragons in the wing sensed the faltering ward, and the wing flew. Had they not, the casualties would have been far higher, and the destruction of the village much worse. A little bubble of confidence rises in my chest, which is promptly popped by Jack's glare, telling me he hasn't forgotten his promise to kill me. Second and third years take over. Professor DeVera orders. Let's see if you can be a little more respectful to your fellow cadets. She arches a brow at Jack as questions begin to fire off from the riders behind us. So many riders were deployed to the site. What killed the lone fatality? How long did it take to clear the village of the Griffins? Were any left alive for questioning? I write down every question and answer, my mind organizing the facts into what kind of report I would have filed if I'd been in the scribe quadrant. Which information was important enough to include, and what was extraneous. Sorry. What was the condition of the village? A deep voice asks from... What was the condition of the village? A deep voice asks from the back of the lecture hall. The hairs on my neck rise, my body recognizing the imminent threat behind me. Ryerson? Markham asks, shielding his eyes from the mage lights as he looks toward the top of the hall. The village, Zayden restates. Professor Tavera said the damage would have been worse, but what was the actual condition? Was it burned? Destroyed? They wouldn't demolish it if they were trying to establish a foothold, so the condition of the village matters when trying to determine a motive for the attack. Reposition myself again. Professor Tavera smiles in approval. The buildings they'd already gone through were burned, and the rest were being looted when the wing arrived. They were looking for something, Zayden says with complete conviction, and it wasn't riches? That's not a gem mining district, which begs the question, what do we have that they want so badly? Exactly, that's the question. Professor DeVera glances around the room, and that right there is why Ryerson is a wing leader. You need more than strength and courage to be a good writer. So what's the answer? The first year to the left asks. We don't know, Professor DeVera answers, with a shrug. It's just another piece in the puzzle of why our constant bids for peace are rejected by the kingdom of Promiel. What were they looking for? Why that village? Were they responsible for the collapse of the ward, or was it already faltering? Tomorrow, next week, next month, there will be another attack. And maybe we'll get another clue. Go to history if you're looking for answers. Those wars have been already dissected and examined. Battle brief is for fluid situations. In this class, we want you to learn which questions to ask, so all of you have the chance at coming home alive. Something in her tone tells me it's not just third years who might be called into service this year, and a chill settles in my bones. I had a piece of food stuck in my teeth there for a second, sorry. You seriously knew every answer in history and apparently every right question to ask in Battle Brief, Rhiannon says, shaking her head as we stand on the sidelines of the sparring mat after lunch, watching Riddick and Ariel circle each other in their fighting leathers. They're evenly matched in size. Riddick is on the smaller side, and Ariel is built just like Mira. Which doesn't surprise me, because she's a legacy on her father's side. You're not even going to have to study for tests, are you? The rest of the first years stand on our side, but the second and third years line the others. They're definitely at an advantage here, considering they've already had at least a year of combat training. I was trained to be a scribe, I shrug. And the vest mirror made me shimmer slightly with the movement. Other than the times the scales catch the light under the camouflage mesh, it fits right in with the tops we've been given from the central issue yesterday. All the women are dressed similarly now, though the cuts of their leathers are chosen by preference. The guys are mostly shirtless because they think shirts give their opponents something to grab onto. Personally, I'm not arguing with their logic, just enjoying the view. Respectfully. Of course. Which means keeping my eyes on my own squad's mats and off the other 20 mats in the massive gym that consumes the first floor of the academic wing. One wall is made entirely of windows and doors, and left open to let in the breeze, but it is still stiflingly hot. Sweat trickles down my spine under my vest. There are 3 squads from each wing here this afternoon, and lucky me, First Wing has sent their third squads, which include Jack Barlow, who's been glaring at me from 2 mats over since I walked in. Sorry. Guess that means we're not worried about academics, Rhiannon says, her brows rising at me. She's chosen a leather vest too, but hers cuts in above the collarbone and secures at her neck, leaving her shoulders bare for movement. Stop circling each other like you're dance partners and attack, Professor Emetario orders from across the mat, where Dane watches Ariel and Riddick's match with our squad executive leader, Cianon. Thank God Dane's shirt is on, because I don't need another distraction when it's time for my turn. I'm worried about this, I tell Rhiannon, tilting my chin toward the mat. Really? She shoots me a skeptical look. Her braids are twisted into a small bun at the nape of her neck. I figured as a Sorrengail you'd be a hand-to-hand threat. Not exactly. At my age, Mira had been training in hand-to-hand for 12 years. I had a whopping 6 months under my belt, which wouldn't matter as much if I wasn't as breakable as a porcelain teacup. But here we are. Riddick launches towards Ariel, but she ducks, sweeping out her leg and tripping him. He staggers, but doesn't go down. He pivots quickly, palming a dagger in his hand. No blades today, Professor Emetario bellows from behind the mat. He's only the 4th professor I've met, but he's definitely the one who intimidates me most. Or maybe it's just the subject he's teaching that has me envisioning his compact frame as giant. We're just assessing. Riddick grumbles and sheaths his knife just in time to deflect a right hook from Ariel. The brunette packs a punch, Rhiannon says with an appreciative smile before glancing my way. What about you? I ask as Riddick lands a jab in Ariel's ribs. Shit. He shakes his head and backs up a step. I don't want to hurt you. Ariel holds her ribs but lifts her chin. Who said you'd hurt me? Pulling your punches does her a disservice, Dane says, folding his arms. The Cygnus on the northeast border aren't going to give her any quarter because she's a woman. If she falls from her dragon behind enemy lines, Riddick, they'll kill her just the same. Let's go, Ariel shouts. beckoning Riddick by curling her fingers. It's obvious that most cadets have trained their whole lives to enter the quadrant, especially Ariel, who slips a jab from Riddick and twists to land a quick tap to his kidneys. Ouch. I mean, damn. Rhiannon mutters, giving Ariel another look before turning back to me. I'm pretty good on the mat. My village is on the Signisan border, so we all learned to defend ourselves fairly young. Physics and math aren't problems either, but history. She shakes her head. That class might be the death of me. They don't kill you for failing history? Essay as Riddick charges Ariel, taking her to the mat with enough force to make me wince. I'm probably going to die on these mats. She hooks her legs around his and somehow leverages him over until she's the one on top, landing punch after punch to the side of his face, blood splattering the mat. I could probably offer some tips to survive combat training, Sawyer says from Rhiannon's other side, running his hand over a day's growth of brown stubble that doesn't quite cover his freckles. History isn't my strongest subject, though. A tooth goes flying and bile rises in my throat. Enough! Professor Emeterio shouts. Ariel rolls off Riddick and stands touching her fingers to her split lip and examining the blood, then offers her hand to help him up. He takes it. Cianin, take Ariel to the healers. No reason to lose a tooth during assessment. Emeterio orders. I'll make you a deal, Rhiannon says, locking her brown eyes with mine. Let's help each other out. We'll help you with hand-to-hand if you help us with history. Sound like a deal, Sawyer? Absolutely. Deal, I swallow as one of the third years wipes down the mat with a towel. But I think I'm getting the better end of that. You haven't seen me try to memorize dates, Rhiannon jokes. A couple of mats over, someone shrieks, and we all turn to look. Jack Barlow has another first year in a headlock. The other guy is smaller, thinner than Jack, but still has a good 50 pounds on me. Jack yanks his arms, his hands still secure around the other man's head. That guy is such an ass, Rhiannon starts, the sickening crack of bones breaking the sound across the gym, and the first year goes limp in Jack's hold. Sweet Malik, I whisper, as Jack drops the man to the ground. I'm starting to wonder if the god of death lives here for how often his name must be invoked. My lunch threatens to reappear, but I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, since it's not like I can shove my head between my knees here. What did I say? What did I say? Their instructor shouts as he charges onto the mat. You broke his damned neck! How was I supposed to know his neck was that weak? Jack argues. You're dead, Sorangale, and I'm going to be the one to kill you. His promise from yesterday slithers through my memory. Alright. Eyes forward, Emeterio orders, but his tone is kinder than it has been as we all look away from the dead first year. You don't have to get used to it, he tells us, but you do have to function through it. You and you. He points to Rhiannon and another first year in our squad. A man with a stocky build, blue-black hair, and angular features. Shit, I can't remember his name. Trevor? Thomas, maybe? There are too many new people to remember who is who at this point. I glance at Dane, but he's watching the pair as they take them out. Rhiannon makes quick work of the first year, stunning me every time she dodges a punch and lands one of her own. She's fast, and her hits are powerful. the kind of lethal combination that will set her apart, just like Mira. Do you yield? She asks the first year guy when she takes him to his back. Her hands stopped mid hit, just above his throat. Tanner? I'm pretty sure it's something that starts with a T. No, he shouts, hooking his legs around Rhiannon's and slamming her to her back. But she rolls and quickly gains her feet before putting him in the same position again. This time, with her boot to his neck. I don't know, Tynan. You might want to yield, Dane says with a grin. She's handing you your ass. Ah, that's right, Tynan. Fuck off, Atos, Tynan snaps, but Rhiannon presses her boot into his throat, garbling the last word. He turns a molted shade of red. Yeah, Tynan has more ego than common sense. He yields, Emetario calls out, and Rhiannon steps back, offering her hand. Tynan takes it. You, Emetario points to the pink-haired second year of the with the rebellion relic, and you, his finger swings to me. I can't let her get her hands on me. My heart threatens to beat out of my chest, but I nod and step onto the mat. You've got this, Rhiannon says, tapping my shoulder as she passes me. Sorengale. The pink-haired girl looks me over like I'm something she scraped off the side of her boot, narrowing her pale green eyes. You really should dye your hair if you don't want everyone to know who your mother is. You're the only silver-haired freak in the quadrant. Never said I cared if anybody knows who my mother is. I circle the second year on the mat. I am proud of her service to protect our kingdom from enemies both within and without. As her jaw tightens at the dig, a bubble of hope rises in my chest. Marked ones, as I heard some people this morning refer to those carrying rebellion relics on their arms, blame my mother for the execution of their parents. Fine, hate me. Mom often says the minute you let emotions enter a fight, you've already lost. I've never prayed harder than my ice in her veins mother was right. You bitch, she seethes. Your mother murdered my family. She lunges forward and swings wildly, and I quickly sidestep, spinning away with my hands up. We do that for a few more rounds, and I land a few jabs. Start to think that my plan might just work. She growls low in her throat as she misses me again, and her foot flies at my head. I easily duck, but then she drops to the ground and kicks out with her other feet, which lands square in my chest, sending me backward. I hit the mat with a thud, and she's already above me, so damn fast. You can't use your powers in here, Imogen, Dane shouts. Imogen is trying her best to kill me. Her eyes are above mine, and I feel the quick slide of something hard against my ribs as she smiles at me. But her smile fades as we both look down, and I can't help but notice a dagger being resheathed. The armor just saved my life. Thank you, Mira. Confusion mars Imogen's face just a second long enough for me to send my fist into her cheek and roll out from under her. My hand screams with pain, even though I'm sure I formed the fist right, but I block it out just as we both gain our feet. What kind of armor is that? She asks, staring at my ribs as we circle each other. Mine. I duck and dodge as she comes at me again, but her movements are a blur. Imogen! Emetario shouts. Do it again and I swerve the wrong way this time, and she catches me, taking me to the floor. The mat smacks my face, and her knee digs into my back she pulls my right arm behind me. Yield, she shouts. I can't. If I yield on the first day, what will the second bring? No. Now I'm the one lacking common sense like Tynan, and I'm far more breakable. She pulls my arm further, and pain consumes every thought, blackening the edges of my vision. I cry out as the ligaments stretch, shred, then pop. Yield, Violet! Dane yells. Yield! Imogen demands. Gasping for breath against the weight of her on my back, I turn my face to the side as she wrenches my shoulder apart and pain consuming me. She yields, Emiterio says. That's enough. I hear it again, the macabre sound of snapping bone, and this time, it's mine. Alright. So that is the end of chapter 6. Alright. Or chapter 5, sorry. Alright, we'll take a quick little break and be back in a little bit with chapter 6, and then that'll be it for the day. Woo! Okay. Let me get myself comfortable. Alright. Alright. Time for chapter 6. Flames of agony engulf my upper arm and chest as Dane carries me through the lower, covered passage out of the Rider's Quadrant, over the ravine, and into the Healer Quadrant. It's basically a stone bridge covered and sided with more stone, which pretty much makes it a suspended tunnel with a few windows. And I'm not thinking clearly enough to take it in as we rush through the strides eating up the distance. Almost there, he reassures me, his grip firm but careful on my rib cage and beneath my knees as my useless arm rests up my chest. Everyone saw you lose it, I whisper, doing my best to mentally block the pain like I have countless times before. It's usually as easy as building a mental wall around the pulsing torment in my body, then telling myself the pain only exists in that box so I can't feel it. But it isn't working so well this time. I didn't lose it. He kicks the door 3 times when we reach it. You shouted and carried me out of there like I mean something to you. I focus on the scar on his jaw, the stubble on his tan skin, anything to keep me from feeling the utter destruction in my shoulder. You do mean something to me, he kicks again. And now everyone knows. The door swings open, and Winifred, a healer who has been at my side too many times to mention, stands back so Dane can carry me in. Another injury? You writers certainly are trying to fill our beds too. Oh no, Violet? Her eyes fly wide. Hi, Winifred. I manage over the pain. This way. She leads us into the infirmary, a long hall of beds, half of which are full of people in Rider Black. Healers do not have magic, relying on traditional sorry. Healers do not have magic, relying on traditional tinctures and medical training to heal as best they can, but menders do. Hopefully Nolan's around tonight, since he's been mending me for the last 5 years. The signet of mending is exceptionally rare among writers. They have the power to fix, to restore, to return anything to its original state. From ripped cloth to pulverizing bridges, including broken human bones. My brother, Brennan, was a mender. And who would have become one of the greatest had he lived. So, reposition myself. Okay. Dane gently lays me onto the bed Winifred brings us to. Then she leans into the edge of the mattress near my hip. Every crease line in her face is a comfort as she strokes a weathered hand across my forehead. Helen, go get Nolan, Winifred orders, a healer in her 40s walking by. No, Dane barks, panic lacing his tone. Excuse me? The middle-aged healer glanced between Dane and Winifred, and clearly torn. Helen, this is Violet Sorringale, and if Nolan finds out she was here and you didn't call him, well, that's on you, Winifred says in a deceptively calmer tone. Sorringale? The healer repeats, her voice rising. Having a hard time getting comfortable today. Because I also don't want it to look like my eyes are closed while I'm reading. Sorengale? The healer repeats, her voice rising. I try to focus on Dane through the throbbing in my shoulder, but the room is starting to spin. I want to ask him why he wouldn't want my shoulder mended, but another wave of pain threatens to pull me into unconsciousness, and all I can do is moan. Get Nolan, or he will let his dragon eat you alive. Sour face and all, Helen. Winifred arches a silver eyebrow as she ignores Dane insisting again not to call the mender. One last, hopefully, movement. Whoop. The woman blanches and disappears. Dane pulls a wooden chair closer to my bed, and it scrapes the floor with a god-awful sound. Violet, I know you're hurting, but maybe what, Dane Atos? You want to see her suffer? Winifred lectures. I told her they'd break you. I told her they'd break you, she mutters, as she leans over me, her gray eyes full of worry as she assesses me. Winifred is the best healer Bezgaev has, and she prepares every tonic she prescribes herself, and has seen me through more scrapes than I care to count over the years. Would she listen to me? Absolutely not. Your mother is so damn stubborn. She reaches for my injured arm, and I wince as she raises it to a couple of inches, prods my shoulder. Well, that's certainly broken, Winifred tisks, raising her brows at the sight of my arm. And it looks like we need a surgeon for that shoulder. What happened? She asks Dane. Sparring, I explained in one word. You hush. Save your energy. Winifred looks back to Dane. Make yourself useful, boy, and pull that curtain around us. The fewer people who see her injured, the better. He jumps to his feet and quickly complies, drawing the blue fabric around us to make a small but effective room, separating us from the other riders who have been brought in. Drink this. Winifred brings out a vial of amber liquid from her belt. It will handle the pain while we get you sorted. You can't ask him to mend her, Dane protests as she uncorks the glass. The pair of us have been mending her for the past 5 years. She lectures, bringing the vial closer. Don't start telling me what I can and cannot do. Dane slides one hand under my back, the other under my head, helping me slightly upright so I can get the liquid down. It's bitter like always, as I swallow, but I know it will do the trick. He settles me back on the bed and turns to Winifred. I don't want her in pain. That's why we're here. But if she's injured this severely, surely we can see if the scribes will take her as a late admission. It's only been a day. As his reasoning for not wanting a mender sinks in, my anger is able to pierce through the pain long enough for me to bite out. I'm not going to the scribes! Then I sigh, closing my eyes as a pleasant hum races through my veins. Soon there's enough distance between me and the pain to think somewhat clearly as I force my eyes open again. At least I think it's soon. But there's a conversation going on I clearly haven't been paying attention to, so it's obviously been a few minutes. The curtain whips back and Nolan walks in, leaning heavily on his cane. He smiles at his wife, his bright white teeth contrasting his brown skin. You sent for me, his smile falters as he sees me. Violet? Hi, Nolan. I force my mouth to curve upward. I'd wave, but one of my arms doesn't work and the other feels really heavy. Good gods, am I slurring my words? Laocerum, Winifred offers her husband a crooked smile. She's with you, Dane? Nolan turns an accusing look on Dane, and I feel all of 15 years old again, being hauled in because I broke my ankle while we were climbing somewhere we shouldn't have been. I'm her squad leader, Dane replies, scooting out of Nolan's way so the mender can get closer. Putting her under my command was the only thing I could think of to keep her safe. Not doing such a good job, are you? Nolan's eyes narrow. It was assessment day for hand-to-hand, Dane explains. Imogen, she's second year, dislocated Violet's shoulder and broke her arm. On assessment day? Nolan growls, cutting away the fabric of my short-sleeved shirt with his dagger. The man is 84, and he's a day and sorry. The man is 84 if he's a day, and he still dresses in Rider black, sheathed with all his weapons. Her mother was one of Fenn Ryerson separatists, I explained slowly, trying to enunciate and failing. And I'm Sorengale, so I get it. I don't, Nolan grumbles. I've never agreed with the way they conscripted those kids to the Riders Quadrant as punishment for the sins of their parents. We have never forced conscripts into that quadrant, ever, and for a very good reason. Most candidates don't survive, which was likely the point, I suspect. Regardless, you clearly shouldn't have to suffer for the honor of your mother. General Sorengale saved Navarre by capturing the great betrayer. So you won't mend her, right? Dane asks softly as so he can't be heard outside the curtain. I'm just asking that the healers do their work and let nature take the time it needs. No magic. She doesn't stand a chance if she goes back in there in a cast or has to defend herself while her shoulder heals from reconstruction surgery. The last one took her 4 months. This is our chance to get her out of the Rider's Quadrant while she's still breathing. I'm not going to the scribes! So much for not slurring. Sibes! I try again. Sibes! Oh, fuck it. Mend me! I will always mend you, Nolan promises. Just this once. Just this once. I concentrate on every word. If the others see I need mending all the time, they'll think I'm weak. Which is why we have to use the opportunity to get you out. Panic rises in Dane's voice, and my heart sinks. He can't protect me from everything, and watching me break, watching me eventually die is going to ruin him. Walking out of here and going straight to the scribe quadrant is your best chance at survival. I glance at Dane and choose my words carefully. I'm not leaving the Riders, just so Mom can roll me back. I'm staying. I turn my head and the room spins as I look at Nolan. Mend me! But just as once. You know, it's going to hurt like hell and will still ache for a couple of weeks, right? Nolan asks, sitting down in the chair beside my bed and staring at my shoulder. I nod. This isn't my first mending. When you're as brittle as I was born, the pain of mending is only second to the pain of the original injury. Basically, another Tuesday. Please, Vi, Dane begs quietly. Please switch quadrants. If not for you, then for me, because I didn't step in fast enough. I should have stopped her. I can't protect you. I wish I'd figured out his plan before Winifred's potion, so I could have explained better. None of this is his fault, but he's going to shoulder the blame just like he always does. Instead, I take a deep breath and I say, I made my choice. Get back to the quadrant, Dane, Nolan orders without looking up. If she was any other first year, you would have already been gone. Dane's anguished gaze holds mine, and I insist. Go! I'll find you affirmation in the morning. I don't want him to see this anyway. He swallows the defeat and nods once, then turns and walks through the separation in the curtains without another word. I sincerely hope my choice today doesn't end up destroying my best friend later. Ready? Nolan asks, his hands hovering above my shoulder. Bite down. Winifred holds a strap of leather in front of my mouth, and I take it between my teeth. Here we go, Nolan mutters, lifting his hands over my shoulder. His brow furrows in the concentration before he makes a twisting motion. White, hot agony erupts in my shoulder. My teeth slice into the leather as I scream, bearing down for one heartbeat, then two before blacking out. Ugh. The barracks are nearly full by the time I make my way back later that night, my throbbing right arm cradled in a light blue sling that makes me an even bigger target, if that's possible. Slings say weak. They are breakable. They say liability to the wing. If I break this easily on the mat, what's going to happen if I get on the back of a dragon? The sun has long since gone down, but the hall is lit by the soft glow of mage lights as the other first-year women get ready for bed. I offer a smile to a girl who is holding a blood-speckled cloth to her swollen lip, and she returns it with a wince. I counted 3 empty bunks in a row, but that doesn't mean those cadets are dead, right? They could be in the healer quadrant, just like I was, or maybe they're in the bathing chambers. You're here! Rhiannon jumps off her bed, already dressed in her sleeping shorts and top, relief in her eyes and smile as she sees me. I'm here, I assure her. I'm already down 1 shirt, but I'm here. You can get another at Central Issue tomorrow. She looks like she might hug me, but glances at my sling and backs up a step, sitting on the edge of her bunk, as I do the same with mine, facing her. How bad is it? It's going to hurt for the next few days, but I'll be fine as long as I keep it immobilized. I'll be all healed up before we can start on mat challenges. I have 2 weeks to figure out how to keep this from happening again. I'll help you get ready, she promises. You're the only friend I have in here, so I'd rather you didn't die when it gets real. A corner of her mouth lifts in a wry smile. I'll try my best not to. I grin through the throbbing ache in my shoulder and arm. The tonic has long since worn off, and it's starting to hurt like hell. And I'll help you with history. I brace my weight on my left hand, and it slides just beneath my pillow. There's something there. We'll be unstoppable, Rhiannon declares, her gaze tracking Tara, the dark-haired, curvy girl from Marine, as she walks past our bunks. I pull out a small book. No, it's a journal, with a folded note on top that... Oh, sorry, almost lost my book there. With a folded note on top that says Violet in Mira's handwriting. One-handed, I open the note. Violet, I stayed long enough to read the rolls this morning, and you aren't on them. Thank gods. I can't stay. I'm needed back with my wing, and even if I could stay, they wouldn't let me see you anyway. I bribed a scribe to sneak this into your bunk. I hope you know how proud I am to be your sister. Brennan wrote this for me the summer before I entered the quadrant. It saved me, and it can save you too. I added my own bits of hard-earned wisdom here and there, but mostly it's his. And I know he'd want you to have it. He'd want you to live. Love, Mira. I swallowed past the knot in my throat and set the note aside. What is it? Rhiannon asks. It's my brother's. The words barely make it past my lips as I open the cover. Mother burned everything he owned after he died, as tradition dictates. It's been ages since I had seen the bold strokes of his handwriting, and yet there they are. My chest tightens, and a fresh wave of grief sweeps through me. The Book of Brennan. I read along with the first page, and then flip to the second. Mira, you're a Sorengale, so you will survive. Perhaps not as spectacularly as I have, but we all can't live up to my standards, can we? All kidding aside, this is everything I've learned. Keep it safe, keep it hidden. You have to live, because Violet is watching you. You can't let her see you fall. Brennan. Tears pricked my eyes, but I blinked them back. It's just his journal. I lie, thumbing through the pages. I can hear his quippy, sarcastic tone as I skim over his words, as though he's standing here, making light of every danger with a wink and a grin. Damn, I miss him. He died 5 years ago. Oh, that's... Rhiannon leans in, her eyes heavy with sympathy. We don't always burn everything, either. Sometimes it's nice to have something, you know? Yeah. Wait, I didn't... Okay. Yeah, I whisper. It's everything to have... it's everything to have this, and yet I know Mom, will toss it in the fire if she ever finds out. Rhiannon sits back on her bed, opening her history book, and I fall back into Brendan's history, starting on the 3rd page. You survived Parapet. Good. Be observant. The next few days, and don't do, be observant the next few days, and don't do anything to draw attention to yourself. I've sketched a map that shows you not only where the classrooms are, but where the instructors meet too. I know you're nervous about challenges, but you shouldn't be. Not with that right hook of yours. That the matches might seem random, but they're not. What the instructors don't tell you is that they decide challenges the week before. Mira, any cadet can request a challenge, yes, but instructors will assign your matches based on weeding out the weakest. That means once the real hand-to-hand starts, the instructors already know who you'll be up against that day. Here's the secret. If you know where to look and can get out without being seen, you'll know who you're fighting, so you can prepare. I suck in a breath and devour the rest of the entry, hope blossoming in my chest. If I know who I'm fighting, then I can begin the battle before we even step on the mat. My mind spins and plans taking shape. 2 weeks that... "2 weeks. That's how long I have to get everything I'll need before challenges begin. And no one knows the grounds of Besgaeth like I do. It's all here." A slow smile spreads across my face. I know how to survive. Alrighty. That is the end of chapter 6. And the end of today. Alright, guys. Let's switch to here. Let me put a bookmark in here real quick. That's not a bookmark. I don't own bookmarks, sadly. Hold on, Rennie. I'll put a bookmark in there in a second. So tomorrow at noon Central Time, just like today, I will be starting again with Chapter 7. Since there is technically 2 Chapter 9s, we will only read, we'll read 7, 8, the 2 9 chapters, 10, and then 11. We're going to read 6 chapters, of course, but there are technically 2 9 chapters because there's a point of view for Violet and another point of view of somebody else. So, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Let me see. And I'll see you all tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We're going to have so much fun for the next 8 weeks, guys. Alright, I wanted to end it there, and we're going to go raid somebody else right now. Oh, hello. Maybe not. I don't know. I was thinking about raiding but the person I wanted to raid is not streaming today, or not streaming anymore. So, alright, I guess we'll leave it at that. Alright, I'll see you all tomorrow. And hopefully soon this should be up on YouTube.